And go. Captain, could you present us a log, please?
I will certainly try to. Captain's log stardate 60009. We have rescued Lieutenant Arlen from the Romulan interrogation pod that was floating in space. Chancellor Aza has also evacuated the survivors of Wellspring. And the rest of the away team. And we've been dealing with a novel virus on the Achilles, but it seems to come under control. Things have been a little hectic, to say the least. And it's a bit more than it should be for what's essentially a milk run. Yet, now we're left with more questions than we started, as in why the Romulans are here, messing around, both Imperial and State, why they wanted Arlen, why they're murdering people from orbit. Seems extreme, but we'll have to figure that one out. And why the Achilles itself has been assigned to this mission, which wouldn't usually fall under our usual profile. It could have been handed off to the Capitana or the Wildfire or something else entirely, but we'll have to find out what's in store. Hopefully we'll figure out what's going on here and get it under control, but something seems amiss. End log.
This is a two-threat game. And we move swiftly to the ready room and briefing deck, as it were, of the Achilles. As Pend has had some time to look over the reports of what's come to pass and having freshly recorded his log. So to brief you on the situation, let me get new music set up here. So Aza and Ven are currently in the custody of Pinnacle until the bureaucracy of getting them released is finalized, because they were one of the suspected parties initially by Krista Sedano, who believed that somebody attacked Wellspring and was murdering people. And even though the Achilles is very aware of what's happened, and Aza and Ven have some suspicions what's happened, Pinnacle doesn't know what you know entirely yet, like on the official level. Thralic is currently is embroiled in the at the Capitol, basically playing liaison between the Achilles and the planetary government, so that the elders of the church don't get especially upset with you. That way they're not constantly hailing Pend endlessly about every little thing that's going on, because, well, you have a mission to achieve, possibly. So I can't find anything. Right there. So yeah, Aza and Ven are in custody. Arlen has been was captured, and as from last episode, he had been he's been checked over by medical, and it seemed that he was under the influence of some form of brainwashing, something in the air that basically made him delusional and hyper paranoid. He's since been treated.
You're delusional.
And he is, as far as medical is concerned, he seemed okay for now. It would be advisable they do suggest he comes in again for another check-in to make sure he's okay, to make sure there's no long-term effects. For now, there's not a ton they can do for him other than they've already scanned him. There's no implants in his brain, or they've given him the counter agents, so his bloodstream should be okay. They don't think they had him long enough for genetic resequencing or anything like that, because that usually takes time to do. And they only had him for maybe a few hours, which maybe if it was a new alien species, it'd be possible. But Romulan tech, it's not that far along. It's not that they're not that much ahead of Starfleet when it comes to stuff. So where is Ryloff during all this? Just manning the bridge, or?
While Arlen's getting checked out? You mean?
Yeah.
Or he probably helps with that because, I mean, hi.
Actually, we will have a scene with those two, so there may be more. There's a pending report from Lieutenant Ryloff, because he had to wait for medical to clear and say yes. Now security can talk to him.
It's like, I was by no means involved with that stuff, but you hear things.
Yeah. So, of the three issues, which do you wish to try to assist with first? Because you're kind of helping with all three of these things that are all kind of happening around your ship. I also note that at some point you will need to send a recommendation to Rear Admiral Grennan about what you think the Achilles should be doing. If it should stay here and continue the mission, or if it should move on. It should get back to its original mission profile, and another ship of the interior group comes in. Or if you think one of the two other interior group ships are unsuited, then maybe requesting the Coreward group or the Rimward group to come in and have a look. That'd be the Gungnir group to the Rim and the Avalon group to the Core.
And to confirm, the three things would be either the Aza Ven, the Ryle of Arlen, or the helping with the elders with Thralic.
Yep.
I think Rylov and Arlen should be fine together.
They're a cute couple, I agree.
He will not survive if that's what's going to happen.
I'm kind of torn. Is there a way I can figure out which one seems more pressing? Because it seems Ven Aza's is a paperwork issue, which is eventually going to get sorted.
Think of it as which scenes you want to resolve in order is kind of how it's falling. So the first thing you go to, you probably want to bit of theorycraft. The first thing you might want to go to is the thing you think you have the most chance of helping with. Or you can go the other way around and just hit the hardest thing first and blow your determination just to make sure the hard thing goes away. I should probably put the Admiral up, just because he is a thing he is a person you need to talk to at some point. I will say the Admiral's probably the last guy you need to talk to, because you don't know your situation yet. You're still trying to get your hands around what's happened here. Because you only just arrived. Like, this whole thing kind of blew up around Aza, and Aza saved it with your help, but, things aren't going nearly as well as probably the Admiralty was expecting.
If that's the case, I think I'm going to assist the Aza Ven group. And like I said, I don't think I'll be assisting Ryle of Island. Those two can figure it out between themselves. Then, like I said, after that, I'll do something else. But yeah, I'll assist Aza Ven.
So, you are, as you go to contact the surface, you do not get Lieutenant Commander Aza. You instead get Ensign Ven. Then, you are allowed you're brought to one of the settlements, one of the bigger cities, along with various other people who had to go through radiation contamination rather. Aza seemed to not respond very well to their treatment, so she's quite ill. So that's why you're kind of and everyone else is kind of going through treatments. You're the only officer who not recovering from the radiation sickness or from the treatment and is up and around. Like, you're treated and awake.
Yes.
So you're the person Captain Penn gets, and they eventually someone brings you over to like a panel where like a little like think like a desk with like a little screen. You're like in a hospital somewhere. Emotional state, I can tell you, is you're getting a heavy dose of suspicion and wariness from the locals. They're all kind of watching your
Oh,
movements.
of course.
Anson, can you, any
Captain.
update on your situation?
Things have gotten extremely complicated down here. Sorry Asa isn't around, but everyone down here has reacted very poorly to, well, gamma radiation poisoning. And anyone who wasn't too terribly affected has been rendered incapacitated by the treatment. I seem to be the only one who's responded well to it, which is weird. But anyway, yeah. This is messy. This is messy. There's someone's been setting off gamma radiation bursts down here, and we have some suspicions.
They would be.
I forget, GM. So, am I being monitored while I make this call? Like, what?
You don't know. Maybe you'd have to check.
Oh, okay. It's the way you had said, like,
You're like a doctor. You've been led to like a doctor's office
Oh, okay.
in the hospital. So whether you're being monitored or not, unless you check, you don't know.
I think Ben would check after everything he's been through lately.
Give me reason plus security. Difficulty 2.
Huh. Take threat, GM.
Certainly.
Come on. I'd like it if sheet would load. Sheet is not loading for me. Would someone be able to roll that for me? I don't think I have a focus that applies to the situation, so.
Flick. Reason. Security is 14. History, reverse engineering, astrophysics, chemistry, research, sensor operations. I do not believe so. Complication rate stays at that. It's at 2. So you have a 14 target number currently.
Oh, here we go. Just loaded.
Well, there you go.
I'll hit. There we go. 3 successes.
You gain 1 momentum. It does not seem to be. You check the. It seems you are not being monitored.
Best guess right now, Romulans.
That makes sense, considering we've just had to rescue Lieutenant Arlen from a Romulan interrogation pod floating in space.
Okay. So that's what that was about. Arlen was abducted while we were down here. Someone transported him away.
It seems...
When we arrived at the system, we detected inside a gas giant, and he relays the astrometric designation of that gas giant. Because they're in system, they'll know where that is.
Yep.
We detected a Romulan. It's the bird of prey, right? Or is it the warbird or the bird of prey? I know it's one of the 23rd century ones.
Bird of prey. I'd think about it.
Yeah.
Because they don't fly those anymore. For a very good
Yeah,
reason.
exactly. It's like, no, it's one of the 23rd century ones.
It's not the D7. That would have been a
I
bit
think
bigger.
it is still a warbird.
So
No,
the-
Warbirds. They only get into Warbirds once they get to the Daredexus. They use D-class cruisers and birds of prey back in the 23rd.
So the Talis class from STO.
So
But a
Yeah.
Romulan bird of prey would be the STA answer to that.
Romulan bird of prey hiding out inside the gas giant. But what you're saying is true. They've probably fled. If we're gonna have any chance of proving to the people down here that what our suspicions are correct, you're gonna need to track them down. As far as Aza and I have been able to tell, though, the Romulans that were here on the planet are unrelated.
It's probably a state and imperial issue again.
That's best we could tell. There's some. I think the one down here is the one who's wrapped up in the politics, kind of. Aza could tell you more than I could, but Aza seems to think that the Romulan down here is. He weighs the word. He looks like he's about to say trustworthy. Then he thinks better of it and says, "On the level."
Well, that's better than we get with most members of the Romulan state, or either side of it, if we're being honest.
We'll keep an eye on things down here as best as we can, but as of right now, we're more or less under arrest. So until you can get us, unless you can get us some exonerating material, we're just as guilty as the Klingons or the Romulans.
I'll send a communique to the local authorities asking for clarification and time of release.
I'll send if I have it, I'll send him the radiometric reading of the gamma radiation burst.
Sure, you can do that.
So if you find what generated this, you should be able to match it to the readings we took here on the ground.
That, and it's highly likely that the pod that we picked up might share common materials, so that's another piece we could use.
Yeah.
But for now, sit tight, don't pick any fights, and I'll start the process of getting your release in order.
Great. Thanks, Captain.
And it'll end the comms.
Okay. A new scene starts as Insaven is promptly taken to a private room, and he's basically put under house arrest. Because for now they kind of want to keep all the Starfleet people together. And Ven, you can, as the scene is closing out, you could actually, so that momentum's still there, to be fair. You can give me insight plus security difficulty of 3 as you're being walked through the hospital.
Okay, does my telepathy get me?
That's what you're getting. You're feeling
Okay.
emotions.
Got it. Insight security, I will spend that momentum. It's about to go over. I do.
You get it back. You sense malice. The kind that doesn't show on your face or in your hands, but it's inside people's minds, and a sense of conspiracy
Okay.
that's directed at the Starfleet people here at the hospital.
You gain a threat. I gain a bonus momentum. I'm gonna ask the question. Is it violent malice?
Yes.
Shit.
But don't worry, you're in a hospital under guard. You're perfectly safe. But yeah, that scene ends with
Do
that
I still have my
particular.
phaser? Or was that
They are willing to trust Starfleet officers to act responsibly and to adhere to their prime directive. So that's kind of what Thralick's been pushing for, to make sure you guys are treated as Federation under the treaty obligations.
Okay.
But yeah, they are. The only time it's one of those, if you on foreign soil, like the local police, you better be a life or death situation before you shoot.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't plan on shooting before then, but I am acknowledging it as a very, very real possibility now.
Everything's fine. Who's the next person you contact, Pent? Or check in on?
The next thing I would check in on then would be getting the ship to possibly track down the bird of prey.
And you were informed by Shishashrir that if you wanted to follow it, it is possible to track down the warp trail, especially now that Ven's given over the Patrocluses. Well, now that they have the Patroclus aboard, they can, or at least it's computer dump. They can try to follow the warp wake. The downside is they'd have to leave the planet to follow it. But it's possible they could try. They could follow it down. The most she can say is that it is heading carward spinning. So it's heading. Let me give you the map.
Back to Romulan space.
You guys are here. Oops, you guys are over here, and it's headed this way.
Yeah. Okay. If that's the case, I think Penn, after giving some orders to the ship, would probably depart and let Rylov and Ireland, when they're better, bring me the ship.
So you're giving orders to the ship to make course for the Romulan ship to try to chase it or hunt it. Better way to put it.
Yeah, but I'll probably be heading down to the surface.
You're heading down to the surface. Oh, you're sending the Achilles after it, but you're going down to the surface.
Yes.
Okay. Where on the surface are you going?
I'll roll a 1d2. Give me a second.
Sure.
So 1, I'll head to Thralick's situation. 2, Ven's. I'm heading to Ven's.
Okay. So you're heading this way eventually. Whoops. You're heading this way eventually. We'll catch up to you guys there. So the new scene will be on Ryloth and Arlen. I will grab now. Oop. And to the med bay we go.
Yeah, and essentially after they've checked that Ireland's okay, it'll be Rylov and Ireland getting orders of, hey, there's a Romulan vessel heading that way. Catch up to him. Get me the information I need.
Lovely.
Lovely.
Isn't it love? Sorry. Oops, sorry, he wouldn't be right in there right away. Ralph, so you step into med bay. The nurse at the central counter kind of greets you and tells you where Arlen basically being left on a bed until your arrival. Because they figured once you let them know that you want to talk to him, it's like, okay, he's cleared medically. He's safe to be talked to by security. From a medical standpoint, anyway. It's like, you talk to him won't make him any worse.
and there was no recorded abnormalities as far as a basic medical scan system is concerned.
I will roll for the in essence on behalf of the ship. Actually, you guys can do this in a way.
And he'd probably bring this person with him because that's someone that's helpful.
Roll for me for the Achilles. Sensors plus medicine, difficulty 2. It gets, because it's the ship's crew that's doing the roll, they do get 2 dice on the task roll. You can not buy dice. This is just a flat roll to see if between the computer and the regular crew, if they were able to figure out anything.
Oh, I selected 2 dice. I'll roll again.
It's doing the computer con thing again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I selected sensors, medicine. It's just this.
Yeah, I saw it too. Weird. Well, 15 would not have made it anyway. 1, yeah. They, from what they can tell you, they're fairly certain that he's all right. As far as they can tell, he seems fine. There's no abnormalities that they've detected.
Well, not any new abnormalities.
Yeah. And you're activating your Sub-Lieutenant Talora.
We'll find out if she actually needs to roll anything, but she seems like an appropriate person to bring along.
Okay.
As someone with more recent experience. Though that was in a different universe, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's confusing. It's also, if he sees the uniform and tries to kill her, then we'll know there's a different kind of programming going on, so hey. Alright, let's get this over with. Press said button.
The door chimes at you, Lieutenant Arlen. You're not in a pressure field or anything. You're just kind of on a biobed. And you've been informed that Lieutenant Ryloff is coming.
And what's my perception of reality?
You have a bit of imagine having a hangover. It's kind of that feeling. You have this faint headache that's just building from the center of your head and radiating toward your forehead. It's irritating, but you're aware of your surroundings now. That's the after effect of them of doing the drugs to flush your system. So your head's kind of hurting a little bit. Otherwise, you're okay though. Benefits of being caught, having this caught soon rather than late.
Mm-hmm.
Enter.
I was like, what, early, late?
Uh,
I don't know if I should say
Just-
good afternoon or good morning, really.
with this hangover, it feels like a good morning, but I don't think it was.
Mm-hmm. Are you capable of telling me who you are?
Lieutenant Rick Arlen, Chief Engineer of the U.S.S. Achilles.
And your standing orders as you recall them?
Arlen, you owe me fitness
Yes.
medicine diff 2.
Oh no.
You're welcome.
On the plus side, the ship is helping with structure medicine because they gave you drugs to help you with this.
And this is entirely just keeping an eye on him to figure out what his
Would it
reaction
be structure medicine or computer medicine to replicate the right drugs?
Computer medicine. Yeah, that makes sense.
Did you say computer medicine for the ship?
Yes.
Starfleet protocols as a focus?
Add cop increase.
Not worth it. I have a 1 in medicine. Let's go 3 threat.
Roger.
And fail miserably. No, never mind.
Yeah, you just make it. You feel you suddenly have a flashback to the chamber, and you were asked these exact questions by a Romulan voice. So
No.
you kind of had your adrenaline kind of spike for a second, and then you suddenly feel that radiating headache again. It's like, oh, as the drugs just kind of kick in a little later than you expected, and it's like, oh, you just suddenly have a throbbing headache, and because your adrenaline suddenly spiked and then bottomed out almost immediately. So you feel a little sore in your muscles and stuff, but otherwise you have no compulsion. That was just stressful.
Okay. Latest orders, we came to this planet and we were helping them out, and there was some radiation. And there was a trade dispute with the locals, Romulans, and Klingons. Yeah, I think that's it.
Which faction of Romulans, if you are aware?
The Imperial.
They are both Imperial factions, Lieutenant. Is their iconography more akin to the sub-lieutenants here, or is it different?
Would I know the difference?
Insight plus con or command, I suppose. It is a new political divide, so you might not have memorized it off the top of your head.
All right. Insight, and I'm gonna go con. Fast thinker. No.
Not
No,
really.
I talked myself out of that one.
Yeah.
Like, there's not even a terribly big difference. He's just asking because if you recognized it immediately, he'd find it odd.
It's like, unless you're in security or command, there's not a real reason to know that off the top of your head.
Starfleet protocols, knowing the political going on of our enemies.
What is the standing procedure?
Our neighbors.
What is the Starfleet protocol regarding this faction or that faction? Because there would be standing orders and such things like that.
Yeah.
Now, you were asking about the iconography of the person on the ground?
On the ground.
Yeah.
That person was a member of the Senate faction.
They're the member of the Imperial Senate.
So, yes, the iconography, or some of it's similar, because she's still military with her civilian, but...
Yeah. It's more the upswept, like it says, like you see in the icon there, it's these upswept wings. So it's more Republican emblem rather than the Imperial two orbs and the charging eagle. Well, a bird rather.
The Imperial faction has the two planets in the clutches. Republic has up wings. Okay.
Yeah. Basically, the Imperials have the original symbol, and the Senate kind of differentiated themselves as the Senate faction, the Senate of the government, which that's kind of their emblem. Because they're separate from the Emperor per se and the military per se. You know what I mean? It's a weird thing.
Yep. Well, me being in Ireland, I mean, it was a bird and it had wings up like here, and I just put my arms up over my head, kind of like it's flapping.
You can see it on Taora's, you know.
Yeah.
I make a flapping motion.
When the second question was asked and Arnold had to do that roll, was there any visible indication on him that it was distressing or painful or otherwise?
Insight, security, or medicine, difficulty 2.
Security.
You never know. Maybe you want to try medicine rolls. You know, try to buff that up.
I've got a 2 in medicine. Like, it's not actually terrible.
Yeah, at me, I couldn't tell a post-ganglionic nerve from a pre-ganglionic fiber.
I'm not even asking on that. Investigative techniques focus because this is
Yeah,
what he's
100%.
going through essentially. And you said what difficulty?
Two.
2, yeah.
I'll give you a threat.
So,
Oh, I'm paranoid. That's still a trait.
comp increase.
That's still a trait.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that, the trait. I'm gonna reroll because I'm bold.
Wait a
Good
minute.
stuff.
He's putting on a show.
You glance at him, and yeah, you can tell from his body language that he felt uncomfortable. But it's that sort of prisoner of war discomfort, less of brainwash discomfort. You were asking him something that it suddenly occurs to you. You were asking questions that a Romulan security officer would be asking a captured officer. So that he probably just got a little tense for a second.
Ironic. I was a Romulan security officer that I would ask the same questions.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's
Who
one of
would've
those
thought?
it's like, why is he jumping? Oh, right, that makes sense. But you could tell he was a little tense. He wasn't terribly comfortable, but he wasn't like, kill command activated or something. You didn't Manchurian candidate him. Anybody?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Which we're
Not
mildly
yet.
trying to see if that happens or not. What do you recall from your time in captivity?
They just kept asking my name, rank, and serial number, and I gave it to them initially, but then, and I got bored with it, so I started taking things apart. I noticed that they were pumping drugs in my chamber, and I managed to use my tricorder to break out of the cell, and then I made my way to environmental controls to backwash the. Okay.
Just as he's
I
listening.
Yeah, and I go through that entire sequence, probably in a little more detail than you need.
Yeah, I mean that's entirely fine. Detail is good. It gives them something to
Yeah,
double check.
they had a inverse
Bunker
flow
still.
valve, which works, but if you get a backwash in it, you're just gonna have to replace that entire system. What do your Romulan eyes see, Ryloff? Goodness.
You notice as Arnold's giving this report, like there's a lot of stuff there in his later testimony, he gives very detailed, and as an engineer, it's typical. Engineering officers tend to be very, especially in Starfleet, are very technically minded. They like getting all those details right. He even like before you even have to question him, he would like correct himself. Like, not it's a this, no, it's a that. Da, 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 da. But it's not
I'm
the later
also-
stuff that rose your attention. That's normal. That fits the security profile for Arlen. What's weird
I'm also
is how
critiquing in Romulan and environmental systems and how this and that could fail if such and such thing happens.
No, that's straight up Boolean. It's the first bit. His initial response, the first part of that response was off. He misremembered something and didn't catch himself. And you could tell there was like a hiccup in his body language. Like he was gonna say something, and then he just moved past it. He said they kept asking me my name, rank, and serial number over and over, and then I got bored. That was the pause. He was like, and then I got bored. Like it's almost like he kind of froze for a second and then kept talking. It was a microsecond, a micro expression, but you caught it. You get a feeling even Arlen wasn't aware he did that. Like he just rolled by like nothing was wrong. To him, it made perfect sense.
Yeah. And you had your tricorder with you the entire time.
Yes, tricorder or comm badge, and phaser. They didn't and strip me of my gear, which I thought was unusual. I even had my engineering kit nearby, which now that I think Wait a second. Do I remember this sequence of events from being beamed up and put into the cell, or did I just wake up in the cell?
You woke up in this.
So I beamed up and I was rendered unconscious on the pad? Most likely.
I couldn't possibly comment.
Huh.
Tell Aura if you could perform a brief scan of the lieutenant, specifically around his cranial region.
What is Tal'Ora scanning for?
Ah.
Well, she knows what she's scanning for, but tell the GM what she's scanning for. So I know what...
Either unusually high or unusually low areas of activity.
To what end?
Something either being utterly repressed or utterly overwhelmed.
Aha. If someone wants to grab Tal'Ora, that is reason medicine difficult of 3.
By the way, if you guys don't know what Did the Reading does, it's talent.
Yeah, I was just trying to find her in the drop down.
Yeah, she's under science.
Yeah, I found her.
I'm not sure how comfortable I'm going to be with a Romulan scan in my head right now.
She is someone that you've known on the ship for a while, at least.
I mean, Did the Reading doesn't really help with the fact that she has a medicine of 1.
You may use your science on the task instead.
Oh, okay. Sure.
In addition, you count as having an applicable focus. It counts. You have to spend 1 momentum, though.
Okay, I'll spend 1 moment.
So,
And I'll give you
she gets a focus and can use science instead. For this
2 threat as well for the reroll.
Okay.
Wait, was the 1 momentum just to activate the ability?
Just
Yeah.
activates the ability.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Yeah,
it?
then
Oh,
I'll just give
yeah.
you a single threat then.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, sorry, I got a bit confused on that one.
Yeah. I like the reading. That's pretty. It reminds me of the doctor's orders thing.
It's just a science one instead.
Yep.
And not a determination spent.
She does have a reroll if we wish to fish.
I like momentum.
Sure, I'll fish.
Oh well.
It would seem that the subject has part of their memory, part of the memory part of their brain. There's basically their long-term memory is not lighting up, and it stands out. It's because as you're questioning him, because it's usually stuff lights up in like if everything's in the same area, say like the alpha region of your brain, everything in the alpha region should light up equally or somewhat, even like a tiny bit, because you might remember, oh yeah, I was at a baseball game and then I suddenly think of the color blue because something was blue there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like random little things will blip. But now for some reason there's that whole alpha section of his brain just kind of like blip, 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 and then there's this one like dark spot that it's just not lighting up, which is either implies brain damage, which if that happened, medical would have seen that. That would have been obvious. Or something else is going on. He's not remembering something in particular. And his brain's not letting him.
I am by no means a counselor.
Someone partitioned my mind?
In a sense, yes. And I am, or we are letting you know this rather than trying to hide things from you, given I'm sure at the moment you've got a fairly healthy distrust of us. I won't be offended when you say yes.
But would you be confused if I said no?
Mildly. I would not put it beyond the possibility that there is further programming, for lack of a better word. And I cannot tell you what that is in reference to, or what information they may have tried to, or indeed successfully extracted from you. It could be a combination of both things.
Do I remember my command codes and all that top secret stuff?
You do. Yep. Although you know that since you've been captured, those would have been changed. That would have been the minute the ship learned that that you were captured, your codes would have been. So yeah. So part of why you have to talk to Rylov is to get new codes, because your old codes won't work anymore because they just in case. The U.S. the Enterprise
Hey.
D learned very quickly how dangerous old codes can be. You remember your old ones.
Mhm.
Those aren't gone.
So they didn't try to steal that. Well, drive partition in doesn't necessarily just have to hold data. You can hide entire programs in there.
Exactly. And the fact you can remember the codes does not mean that is what they were not that they weren't after those. Simply removing the fact that they asked about them might be what has happened, or what they asked about. And I'm not a counselor, and by that means me pushing too hard might be seen as some kind of violation. Unless, of course, you are the one that is entirely fine with that action. My duties would simply have you confined to quarters or assigned an escort at all times to ensure that you are not carrying out any unwilling actions as a result of your captivity.
Well, I
I'd prefer
still
the
have a job to do on the
non-questions.
ship.
You might, yes. However, you might have another job presently keeping itself concealed from you until such a time as it comes to the forefront. The Tal Shiar are insidious when it comes to matters such as this. It is not unheard of for Star Navy officers to be taken at one point or another and reprogrammed and put back in the crew as a spy. They always crews suspect Tal Shiar
So,
agents naturally, but one of their own is less likely.
so I'm not going to be allowed back in engineering until this is cleared up.
Potentially. I can make a recommendation and it's the captain's call to act upon it, but if you are permitted access, I would highly recommend a security detail accompanying you, or at least one individual, preferably with some engineering experience as well, so that any tricks you might try could be spotted. That is not to say you are a bad person, but you might not have control over these actions.
Uh-huh.
That, or we can attempt to find out more, though I am by no means an interrogation specialist. I don't know what exactly they have done to you. And Delora is a scientist with robotics.
I just want to get back to engineering.
Is there a particular drive to do that, or is it your normal state?
It's just what I do. I'm an engineer. I need to be in engineering. That's my job. That's what I'm supposed to be doing.
Is there anyone else you should be thinking about at this time? This is up to
Hey,
the player members or not, honestly.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Hey, Corby. How hard
Yes.
am I suppressing my husband?
That's right, they're missing or something, aren't they? Right? No? I forget. Were they missing or are they on the ship?
Yolen?
Yeah.
Who's that?
All right.
Don't worry, there's nothing else you're not remembering. Totally fine. I wouldn't worry about it. Perfectly fine.
So, yes or no?
No.
All right.
Is there another bout of suppression if we have Laura ask a question there from that? And is it the same kind of suppression or different?
For a momentum, I'll answer because it's
Yeah.
obtain information.
Yeah.
Yeah, you notice that as you're asking, you notice that there's a lot of the spots around that gap are blinking up. And from Arlen's point of view, as he asks you that question, you're trying to remember, but you're remembering like lots of other stuff, like, oh, this needs repair. Oh yeah, I have to clean that. Oh, I have to talk to so and so. Oh, right, I have to write that report about the away mission. Like you're remembering a lot of stuff attached, but so from your end, you're just running in circles trying to remember something that you're being asked to remember. But from Scanner's point of view, it's running around in circles around a gap. Like his brain should be seeing this memory, and it isn't.
I'm
It's
running
almost like
around
there's
the
no.
mulberry bush.
Yeah.
And for my reference, was Yolan on the ship still, or did they?
He would have been recovered by now, yeah, because you guys were, because they would have been brought to the station, yeah. So your civilian staff is back, yeah.
I was like, did something happen with them? No, right? No. Why do you have trauma fall with Yolan?
Oh, by the way,
Because
you don't that trauma will not activate. I can't pay for it.
Mhm.
I thought it was only 4 to activate it, or is it 8? Is it 2 per level?
Oh no,
or
I
is it
think
1 per level?
Oh, it's just 2 to activate a bad thing, but
something else is going on for why they
something
can't
else is
activate it.
happening. Yeah. There's a reason I can't use your trauma against you anymore.
Does the name Yolan mean anything to you?
Unfortunately, insight plus
Yay!
science difficulty of 4 comp 4
For him or
For
for
me?
us?
for him.
Oh,
You can assist him.
Yay!
You can assist him as he kind of tries to, as he might speak aloud and try to ferret out what he's trying to remember.
Mhm.
Random question. What's the Admiralty focus?
I don't think it's remembering your husband.
No.
I
I believe it was something like. Have I asked for it?
No, not for us. You've asked for it in the Klingon game.
Yeah, you haven't
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, Ven, actually, you can choose a Admiralty. That could have been applying. Sorry, I totally should have asked you about that. I plumb forgot because they should be benefiting from their connection with Grennan. Let me get you the choices you have.
just from a mechanical connection.
I
is,
think I'd
Admiralty
forgotten
focus reset
that it
every
was-
session.
Yeah.
It's every adventure.
Every adventure. Okay.
I'd say under the circumstances of the mission that the Achilles was going to be going on, negotiate.
Yeah. Okay. So negotiations the activated one.
'Cause
Negotiate
Alright.
with your own brain, Arlen.
Can I negotiate with my own brain?
I'm not even being entirely
How
sarcastic.
crazy do I have to be to negotiate with my own brain?
Not very under the humanism
Circumstances.
school of thought. But like 100%. But I will say that is at complication because you're not. Sorry, it's a complication unless you're using medicine because there is a way to self-talk. That is a thing.
Yeah,
At
medicine.
that point, it doesn't matter.
You can use it as a complication because you can come at it from another angle, askew, but it's better.
Okay, I'm gonna try to skew this in a really silly way. I'm trying to remember something on a broken hard drive. Can I use technical insight to try to program my way around the fault?
Complication.
was-
It's close enough that it makes sense, but it would fall under. It would be a complication increase because there's a chance you'll misinterpret your own results.
Of course. We're not doing any stun tasks, so lab rat at talent won't apply. I can't jury rig my own head.
Yeah, I don't think you'd want to do that.
It's already been done, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Do I have any traits that might apply? Buried.
Hold on. Because I was typing something somewhere else when you asked me that question.
Just waiting for him to
Oh,
remove that
I could
trait
actually
from
see
your-
that being possibly helpful. That it's just a trait you have.
It is.
Yes, the trait would help with either comp or difficulty. Yep.
Let's bring down that comp. Lateral thinker, since I'm trying to think around a blockage.
I'll give you that, given what you're doing. Yep, you're coming at this from a way.
All right. Let's bring down the diff.
So, comp.
Comp 4, because we.
Oh, right, because it was up and down again. You're right. Yeah.
All right. Let's do 3 momentum.
Then I think Talora's probably got the best assist here.
Oh,
Inside
more.
science.
I can count.
Analysis, even. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, Rylov's not going to assist with that. He's got a flat 10. He brought someone with him who's far better at that than him.
You think about it. Why is he trying? That name. You must have read something by them before. You're sure of it. I mean, it's not an engineering text. You know that. That's easy. Okay. All right. So it's not that. Didn't give a rank, so probably not Starfleet. Probably civilian. Maybe a non-Federation citizen. Oh man, it's bugging you. You think about it some more. Maybe it's like this. Maybe it's like that.
Yolan, that's like a. It's not a Bolian name. It's not a humanoid.
Yeah, you remember an expert on astrophysics and stellar evolution, known for one of his books says it's a line that just jumps out at you in your memory. We are stardust, from stars we are born, into stars we shall return. It's like one of the big things in one of his books. So you remember Yolan as a Federation renowned scientist. He's not the best scientist in the world, but he's remarkably good. He is on the Achilles, as you recall. You know him, you think? You've met him? Pretty sure you've met him. You did meet him, right? You're pretty sure
Did I
you
meet
did.
him?
Yeah,
I
you've
must
met
have,
this guy. You must have.
Yeah, I must have I met him in the lounge or something. Or we collaborated on that project doing the thing.
So at that point, as you say that, you're remembering stuff whenever Yolan assisted you with something or you assisted him with something, you're remembering those moments as moments you've worked with him before. From Tal'Or's point of view, from the sensor's point of view, the edges of that black area, as it were, it's almost like that part of the brain. You can see that node of the brain is firing its neurons, trying to talk to other parts of the brain, and the rest of the brain is trying to talk back, but there's this visible gap. So it's a weird, it's almost like there's an invisible wall, like 3-dimensional sphere that's kind of surrounding that part of his brain. So it's not that there is a part of his brain that there's tiny sparks that are just barely connecting. So there's little flashes of insight where he's remembering little bits at a time, but it's very peripheral knowledge.
And it's like a semi-natural block, or is it like a mechanical block?
Completely unnatural. That would be that. There's no good reason, especially now that he's thinking about it. His brain should be, not to get. I mean, I'm not a neurosurgeon or anything, but basically, when you think about something you have a hard time remembering, it's like going down an old road. So you have a hard time remembering stuff, but the more you think about it over, eventually the road gets better and better and better until eventually you instantly remember stuff. For him, it's almost like no one built a road there, but you can't have a part of your brain not like, unless you've never thought about it since you were like 5, you don't forget stuff, and your brain doesn't like wasting things, so
Mhm.
it likes to repurpose parts of your brain. So the brain appears to, in an unnatural way, have just isolated a part of his brain and is not talking to it. It still works. It's still alive. It's not a dead brain, but it can't talk out. There's no road to communicate the information. It's like shouting across a field and hoping the other guy kind of hears you. So it's completely unnatural, but there's nothing physical the scanner's seeing. There's nothing there. There's no metal or nanites or anything like that that's impeding them. They should be forming roads. They're not. Wow.
Hmm. Interesting.
Fascinating.
The questions you are asked, you insist that the only question you were asked is regarding your name, rank, and service number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was it. I thought they were trying to wear me down, but
I would like you to think more on that.
And Arlen and Ryloff and Teller kind of have this at length discussion because it's a lot of running around and getting snippets of information every so often, but it takes a long time. There's a lot of Arlen going, huh? And then let me think about it. And then, aha, wait, it's not the complete answer. So you're getting like fractions of the answer, but you have to keep, as long as you keep poking at it, you're slowly getting answers. And for Arlen, I would imagine for Arlen this to be the most frustrating thing in the world. It's like having that sensation of trying to remember something or something on the tip of your tongue constantly.
Wait,
But the scene ends there as we cut to somewhere else.
I mean,
I heard a wait though.
They obviously you can end the scene. It's just you said Yolan was like a solar specialist.
He is a stellar evolution. Hold on,
Holy shit! I figured it out.
stellar evolution and astrophysicist.
astro-
Like the whole reason he wanted to be on the. I mean, aside from seeing his husband, because that's awesome. Ray, I get to work and see my husband. This is great. But it's also he wanted to come with you guys to look at stars that had never been seen before, write about them.
I think I've just figured it out.
Do.
Wait, are we blowing up stars again?
God damn it, damn it, Arlen! Stop blowing up stars!
I'll send you something, GM. I'm not.
It's not me
in,
this time.
Not in chat, obviously, but private message.
Yeah.
Has it something to do with this? Because I think I'm right.
Not again.
Oops, that's not the city center. I'm dumb.
That makes too much sense. Especially in the time frames.
Do. So, Ven is currently in a hospital near just off the city center. How is Penn coming down? Where is he beaming down to? Starport's the most common place, but you could beam. I mean, it's a Starfleet, a Federation allied world, a protectorate world. So as long as you're not beaming like into the governor's office without his permission, or into one of the churches without the appropriate social mores. But
no, I'd probably use the local starport and make it known that I was coming down, so I'm not surprising anyone.
Okay. So you beam into the starport. It is a fairly busy. Starport is used for. It's not just off-world movement. It's because it's basically the low port. It's where small craft would come and go. So if there's like a freighter in orbit, they would bring a shuttle down here, offload their stuff, bring it back up, that sort of stuff. Because there would be and there is a very small station in orbit, like a high port. It's not great. It wouldn't be enough to hold the Achilles easily, but it's enough for like scale 3, scale 4 ships to kind of come and go. It's a basic trade. It's a very primitive trade port.
It serves its
Although
purpose.
for all that, it's a very defensible port because this place was constantly at war with the Klingons. So this planet has a lot of planetary. The planet is a fortress planet to a certain degree. Hence why there's a barracks district in every major settlement. It's almost like they've been at war for over a century. So the starport does look very defensible. There are security, there are peacekeepers and lawkeepers here. You're beam onto a pad. They ask you your name and you tell them, and they say, okay, carry on. Once they know who you are, you notice they're questioning a lot other people, so off-worlders or people who aren't from this city. They get a much more detailed questionnaire. But as a Starfleet officer, you're presumed until otherwise designated as a extension of the government. You're here to help the local government.
Well,
So they you still have to identify yourself because you are a foreign officer, but you're an allied officer. It's like, oh, who are you? Okay, you're you. Quick scan. Okay, you're you. Bye.
Yeah. Instead of heading straight to Ven, I'd probably head into the center district, then over to Ven. Kind of want to get a feel of, or like what the atmosphere is like at the moment.
Are you walking or renting a hover car? Getting a ground vehicle for giggles?
Sure, why not?
Which one? Hover vehicle or ground vehicle? Or just walking?
I'll get a ground vehicle because that just tickles me.
It will cost you 1 momentum worth of Federation credits.
Sure. Oh, I forgot to do the change of scene.
Yep. They ask you for credit, and actually they ask you for credits rather than their normal whole currency, because again they're used to the Federation system. So it's just a matter of waving your hand pad or putting your thumb down on something like, okay, bye. It's a very simple transaction. They give you a key fob that you plug into the wheeled vehicle. It's a 6-wheeled vehicle, 3 wheels on each side. And the tires are built for a bit of off-roading, but they're also somewhat fitted for like road driving. So it's a kind of off-road. It's more off-roady than it is a racing car, but it looks like it won't tear up the pavement. Put it that way.
Is it
Mainly because as you're
designated
driving up out of the starport, you're coming up. You notice that the terrain of this place is very rugged, even in the capital, and that seems to be intentional design.
So is it designated as a mocha?
I beg your pardon?
I've changed the vowels around for copyright issues. It's a Mako, essentially.
Kind of, but more civil.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll drive into the center of. I'm going to like the central district by the looks of it.
Yep. Oh, I just realized you guys can't see the names I gave stuff because you would know what these districts are. My bad. Boop. Forgot to give you the little boop. And so you're driving around. Insight plus security difficulty 2. You're kind of getting a feel of the city as you're driving around. Or insight con would be another way to do it, getting a feel of how drivers are acting.
Focus in mental prowess?
I'd say so, yeah. I could see that applying.
I don't think I'm going to apply any traits. I don't think it's necessary right now. Take a threat.
Certainly.
I do have a reroll. Wow, that's just a plain old bad roll. I'll take the reroll.
Yep.
I don't fucking see shit.
Oh, just take the threat. You were just looking around in your car.
Run over a
You-
pedestrian.
You're driving around. You're a lot more. Unfortunately for you, you get a little absorbed in the novelty of driving a ground car. You don't really do that often. You may have done it like on Andor once or twice. Hover vehicles are way more prevalent in the Federation. But some people have ground vehicles for various reasons. Sometimes it's better for the planet. Sometimes it's just easier, cheaper. Sometimes it's the law of certain worlds. You notice that you're now realizing why most people, it seems the majority of people here do use hover vehicles, because the ground vehicles, like the one you're using, seem to be used by like delivery people and cargo transporters and freighters and stuff. So you're getting a few looks from people as they notice you're not pulling anything. Like you don't have a cargo train behind you, because you notice other vehicles like yours have like a long train of like cargo containers behind them as they're snaking their way into the city, and they see you and you're just imagine being in like in a transport truck, like one of those big rig looking things without a box behind you.
If
You're
only
not, you're
they,
just deadheading into town. They're like, "Who the hell's that? What are they doing?"
yeah, if only they knew the ego I was pulling around.
On the plus side, though, or downside, people, it's hard for you to get a feel for people's look at you, because the windows are fairly tinted, rather dark. But from your perspective, you're seeing lots of HUDs and readouts and stuff around you. So for you, you can see clearly, but people can't see into the driver cab very easily. But local traffic knows who you are. They can scan the car and they can see it's this person with that biometric. Okay, well, off they go. They're allowed to have that car. They rented it.
Are there any local congregations or assemblies of people in the city centre?
Here or there, yeah.
Any towards where Ven is?
Nothing that seems unusual. It seems a lot of people, once they're in the city center, they kind of don't need their cars anymore, because public transit's so prevalent, so they usually don't bother. So, but there are some congregations, like, I would say no more than 10 people, like just kind of hanging around talking about something, or watching a vid, or waiting in line for something.
Fair enough.
Your combat be Achilles to Captain Pend.
This is penned.
We have a communique from a Nora Volkov. She wants to speak with you. She is the captain of the U.S.S. Void Treader.
That's surprisingly not a lot of information. Could you elaborate?
She came into her ship, came into system along with various other ships. Came into orbit, called us, and then she said she wanted to speak with Captain Bradglove Pend of the Achilles. We said we'd get back to her, and here we are. We thought we'd check with you, sir, about what you wanted to do. We have nothing on the itinerary about meeting a void trader or anything like that.
Can I see any local cafes or anything surrounding me?
You passed by one or two, yeah.
Yeah, I'll pull over by one of them, and yeah, I'm gonna stop by a cafe. If she wishes to meet me here, I'll happily have a meeting.
Control Con Div 1, you have to park the stupid thing. On the plus side, it would be Div 2, but the car's helping you. As it shows like a rear view camera, and you're kind of getting in between the lines. Because otherwise you're going to get ticketed, and they'll cost you momentum for improper parking.
It's going to be really embarrassing if the former con officer can't park a fucking car.
Yeah.
That's the worst.
I kind of have to pass this now. I can't let my reputation take the hit.
Say, just for sheer matter of pride.
Would you take the trait of quick reflexes? I can adjust very quickly.
Not while you're parking. I don't think quick reflexes really jumps into it there.
Shit.
The exact opposite of that.
I'll give you 2 threat and I'll spend 1 momentum.
As you rev the engine and aggressively get into that parking spot, I'm gonna defeat this thing. Right between the lines, first go. Parallel parking.
Yeah. Focus and composure.
Yeah. Given the stakes for Penn because this actually matters to him.
Yes, Penn, channel the masshole.
Yeah, you gain some momentum as you very quickly, you don't even slow the flow. Kind of all of a sudden you're ahead of the parking spot, and then you immediately just zip into the spot. The person behind you just camera cuts to them as they kind of look at what happened, and then they kind of shrug like okay, and they keep driving.
Yeah, if only.
And then we cut back to Penn probably doing a fist pump because he parked a car well.
Yeah, just the internal monologue of thank God nobody knows I'm in. But yeah,
I am glad that Grennan was not watching that. Never let me live it down.
But yeah, I'll head over to the cafe and arrange a meeting with the captain of the Voidwaller.
You walk in, and there's a few people who kind of eye your uniform, but no one really impedes your approaching the counter. Seems to be like a little cafe, and someone kind of looks up, and one of the servers just hands you a pad.
Thank you.
And as you look at it, it seems to be like the menu. It's fairly automated.
I guess will be joining me soon, just as a heads up.
Mark it on the pad.
Yep.
So that was 2 of the Sugre, or like they immediately they the server is like bombarded by a bunch of people ordering stuff at the counter. They're like, huh? What? Use the pad.
Yeah. I'll mark it for 2 and wait for the guest to arrive.
You find yourself at a nice little booth. You see people walking along, some people buying as you buy. Because you notice you look around the cafe, you're the only Starfleet officer in, which not terribly unusual, but you are obviously not from around. And I'll give you without rolling, I'll give you that it's the sort of look Penn gets if he goes to a Federation world in uniform. Like it attracts attention that you're a Starfleet officer, but it doesn't have that same level of Federation people tend to have certain opinions about Starfleet. These people seem to have some other opinion that may be positive, but it's not positive in the same way it is for other Federation worlds. It's hard to describe. So you're attracting attention, but not in a way you're used to because you've never been here before, I imagine.
Yeah, it's kind of the reason why I'm making myself visible, just to get these little glances from people, so I understand how. At least now I see we're kind of in a positive light, but
a human woman walks up to you, dressed in a purple jacket, a blue or teal jumpsuit. She has a Type 1 phaser openly on her belt, but she has a scanner, a communicator, a subspace radio, which is I think less the badge and more the flip style of communicator, so it's a little older. Kind of carrying a stylized helmet that looks like some strange alien with horns. She kind of looks around and she kind of comes and sits down. Hello. You are Captain Brad Glovepend, right?
or so I have been told.
Okay. 1 second. She digs into one of the pouches on her belt, and she digs out a tiny pad, and she slides it across to you. Those are my bona fides. You might want to read that before we continue talking.
Well, I've ordered, and I'll pass her the pad.
Thank you.
You can order while I'm going over your files.
So you pick up the pad. She's ordering something rather enthusiastically, and then they remind her use the pad, and she's like, "Oh," and she looks disappointed because she wanted to talk to someone local and uses the pad to order something like it's a freaking Replomat, even though it's a real kitchen with real people, but she can't talk to
oh,
them.
God,
She's like, "Oh,
like that's the whole point. That's
Like
like
that-
the fun of it. Oh, lame.
like, aw, I wanted to. Okay, I guess that's how they do things here. Great." But you look over her pad, and you're about to get access to a character sheet.
Yay!
Oops. Do. Boop.
Team Andy, Spy Team Andy.
Boop. She should appear at the top.
Nora Volko. Oh, she's not one of them, is she?
Wait, I asked for extra sauce though. Order on the pad. I did, but I'm asking. Come back. Okay. Well, put it on the pad.
Not one of who penned.
Wanted extra sauce.
Are you one of his?
Complaint. Huh? Whose?
You know, do you like a very certain type of time of night?
I don't know. Dusk is pretty, I guess. Do you know how to use these pads? I'm trying to put in a complaint and it won't let me. I don't get it.
Yeah, they don't take complaints.
I guess I'll have it with that extra sauce. At least I got the drink right. What about you? Do you like different times of night?
Well, I'm not the biggest fan of midnight.
Why not?
Let's just say I've had run-ins with midnight people, and not always the enjoyable type of people.
I gain one threat. She stares at you for a second. Oh, no. I'm not one of those. Sorry. I didn't understand the question right away. Sorry. No, I'm not with the Midnight Watch.
I can
I
see
do read their books sometimes, but I don't think that's the same thing.
I can tell your intelligence anyway, but I was just trying to decipher whether you were a member of the Watch.
No. I was. My mom and dad are, but I never signed up for it. I had. It's a little too, a little heavy. Very. I don't know. You do enough meditating upon the flame within the heart for like hours on end, and eventually you just. But you kind of just want to move on with your life. I mean, they do good work and all. Don't get me wrong, but oh god. I have to stare at another flame in a bowl for another hour. No, I'm good. But my parents are. They're not. They are security cleared. They're part of the sonic instruction wing of the watch. So they teach people how to non like humans and such, people who aren't used to sonics, how to use it.
Well, I'll state I don't have a specific issue with the Watch. I've met Wartburg and a few others, but they can be a general pain in the ass to deal with.
If they're anything like my parents, that sounds about right.
But barring that, it's rare for just random operatives to ask to meet out of the blue, so this must be a fun one for you.
Well, yeah, I was in the area, and then I was told to inform you that I shouldn't be saying this out loud. 1 second. Can I have that pad back real quick?
Aren't you psionic?
Well, it's rude to just talk to you in your head. I mean, would you rather?
I've dealt with the Watch.
Okay. Just well, I mean, here's the thing. I know that we're supposed to be able to do that, but I didn't really. I kind of stopped learning that stuff before I learned that part of it. I don't know
Yeah.
how to do telepathy.
I'll just
so-
hand the pad back.
Thank you. She looks very embarrassed that you pointed that out. Like you get the feeling she's supposed to. Let's see. Okay. Why are these so small? I don't understand. Okay. She hands it back. I was told to pass that along, and I'm supposed to help you as best as I can. Been activated, so I'm here to assist in whatever way I can.
Huh.
Something about being in. They also told me that yeah, my familiarity with the Pinnacleites might be helpful. I've traded. Not traded, but I've flown through here several times, so I'm used to their way of doing things, just not their cafes, because I never leave the starport normally. So I'm used to the starport stuff, not the, down here.
Well, it's nice to try and get away from starports or star bases or ships occasionally.
I mean, to each their own.
And I figured something might be going on, especially with Romulans, Klingons, Tal Shiar.
Yeah. I've been hearing some weird things coming out of actually. Heck, even the Klingons. Should we really be talking about this in a cafe? Are we okay?
I mean, doesn't really make a difference.
Okay.
If we're being watched, we're already being watched.
All right, you're the captain. So yeah, I heard that the Klingons they've been jumping the border and attacking the Romulans a bit. And I think they've been focusing on the Tal Shiar ones. Those planets, the Imperial worlds. There we go. And I've been hearing about some of them reaching out in the among the free explorers to see about exploring chartering with the Roman Empire to go explore the Shackleton. Sort of like what I do with the Federation, but Romulan. Which that's weird because they don't do that. The Navy does that because everything that's learned is usually a naval secret and yada yada yada. Yeah, letting just people like me, like a human, just kind of getting to explore on behalf of the Romulan Empire. Which no thanks, I said no to that immediately because I wasn't activated yet, but also that's very dangerous because they're a bunch of spooks who would probably kill me if I was found out to be working with you. So,
Yes, the joys of intelligence work. Well, there's a few pieces of information that I've got, especially from this whole cluster show of what's been happening.
Mm-hmm.
So the Tal Shiar took one of my officers, but we managed to get him back after a few hours. He's currently being looked over. I've ordered the Achilles to chase down that warp signal and see if we can cover the ship or data.
Okay. Have you looked at the? I can see it. You were here at a settlement, right? Have you checked on that place? I get a feeling something.
I did have people there. It seems to have been blasted with gamma radiation a few times. A lot of people died.
Hmm. All right, that must be it. Sorry, sorry. She waves at her head. You know, it it's not exactly crystal clear all the time.
Why? Do you think there might be something still there, hidden?
I have a feeling something is. Sorry, that's the best I can give you. Really, just a gut feeling.
If that's the case, I was going to head over to where some of my crew is being held from that incident and
Okay.
render assistance. If you're offering your assistance,
Hmm.
I'd like to send you over there with my authorization to assist them in your particular methods. And I'll head out to the settlement, see if I can pick anything up from my former fun days.
All right. So you want me to do? You want me to go get your officer then?
If not get them, then see what you see. There's going to be Romulans, there's going to be people from the settlement, Klingons.
Okay.
There should be something there that intelligence could find and use.
Okay. I think I got it. Yeah, I got it. I can get him. And I get what you're saying.
If things look like they're more than we can handle, then I'd get the crew out of there. But for now, just try to find out what you can before I get back.
Okay, I can do that. Whoops.
Oh, what did you order?
It's and as she describes it, the scene ends and we go over to Ven.
I like how everyone's in this serious situation, pending some random woman just eating in a cafe.
Then
Yes.
you have a very bad feeling that the malicious intent is a lot closer. It's
Okay.
in the hospital with you.
Yep. Keeping my hand at my phaser. Or keeping my hand at my hip, but ready to pull my phaser.
There's a firm knock, 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 knock on the door. And a chime. The knock, 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 and a chime. And knock, 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 knock.
Ben's not going to reply. Oh no.
Gain 3 threat. Target was 2. The door is unlocked. And it swings open. And you see Krista Sedano standing there in the door, pointing a Type 2 phaser at you.
Want.
You're coming with me, Ensign. Drop the phaser, or I'm making you drop it.
Ben hasn't pulled his.
Drop the phaser, he yells.
Oh.
It is still at your belt. You have not drawn it.
Ven is going to make a motion like he's dropping a phaser. Even if he's not actually holding a phaser in his hand.
And then you're being shot at. Drop
God
it now! You're in combat.
Yep.
And the minute
Going
he
to
shoots,
dodge
there's
out.
alarms all throughout. Because an energy weapon was fired. So all of
Yeah.
the entire hospital security grid just lit up going, holy shit, someone's shooting somebody.
Again, this entire situation, Penn just having a lovely meal.
Poor Ben.
I am the worst captain.
He does bother to aim. And he's going to buy a die to shoot you. Diff 2. He got it. You can try to dive behind your bed to avoid being hit. You would cost a threat. You'd have to give a threat to me, and the difficulty would be fitness, security, difficulty. Sorry, diff 3 because there's cover that you could dive behind.
I think. No. You know what? I'm just gonna take this.
Okay. Pew. Sure, he would roll the threat. The misses. Why not?
Ow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 stress.
Oh no. That's what I was afraid of. Well, actually, it doesn't matter if I have the damage because it'd be an injury anyway. But I really don't want to take that much stress in one hit. That's almost all of my stress. So I'm gonna burn my metal that lets me take half damage.
So that's 5. You're still looking at a non-lethal injury.
Yeah, I'm giving you 2 threat.
Okay. He hit you
Ow.
square. You just happen to twitch just the right way that it just misses from hitting you square over your heart, but it is super close. And you just kind of, you kind of feel your breath catch as he just clobbers you right in the left shoulder. And it's like, all your breath just kind of escapes and your whole left arm seizes. And, oh, that hurt. That hurt a lot.
Yes, it did.
That is his turn, though. He did just shoot at you.
Going to dive behind that. Gonna dive behind my medical bed now.
Okay, minor.
That's
You
a
take
minor.
cover. Oh, actually,
Uh,
that would count as recovery because you're behind cover. Actually, it's
so
an
that's-
action, isn't it? Never mind.
Yeah,
I don't know if.
recovery is a specific action. Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. You can recover since you do because you minored behind. But you could do something else
Okay.
if you wanted.
So then I'm gonna have to spend a momentum minor to draw my phaser,
Yeah, because it's an action. It's a minor to draw.
and then I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay, diff 2.
Mm-hmm. I am
Shooting the stun, I
spending-
presume.
Huh?
Shooting the stun, I presume.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am going to spend. You know what? Fuck it. 3 momentum.
Okay.
Aim for his weapon.
Huh?
Aim for his weapon.
Like shoot
can
to
I?
disarm, you mean? I would up the diff by 1, so diff 3. Actually, no. That's what am I smoke? That's a conflict thing. Hold on. I might not need to increase the diff. Because I think that's just a thing you can do with
Right,
combat
'cause I
momentum.
wouldn't be dealing damage.
Oh yeah, you need if you hit, you can spend 2 momentum to disarm him. Because you fire at his hand to make him drop the phaser.
I think I'll do that. Good call.
Oh, you still have to hit him though.
Yes, they do. And I generate a momentum. But I'm gonna do a couple things.
He is going to die for cover.
Damn it.
I don't even see Ven's roll.
1,
Neither.
2, 3. It's roll 20 being slow for us again. It'll pop up like 5 minutes from now. Whoops, wrong. Oh no, that's the right character. So difficulty. You got a momentum out of that, so you got 3. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so my difficulty went up, so I'm hitting diff 5 with the
Oh,
full mint.
wow.
Because he's basically turning into a roll for him to try to stop you. He dives behind cover. You fire at him. He jumps behind the door frame, and you burn it. You burn a phaser mark into the wall.
Okay.
Do you wish a swift task, or is the round ending? It would go to him because you're the last to have acted.
Yeah, round. I think I have to go to him.
New round. He used the miner to get up. He's gonna fire around the door at you. Drop it now! He shouts, and he fires. He will spend a threat to aim, because you are behind cover. And buy a die, why not? Pew. Let's fish.
God,
That's 3 threat back.
you're freaking. Oh, you're kidding me.
You do have cover die.
You will get 2 cover dice, because I imagine you're kind of ducking down behind the bed
Oh,
and
yeah.
popping out every so often. I assume you're not diving for cover.
Well, I can't because I'm in cover, right?
You can dive flat, like you can go prone. The problem is that the difficulty is super high. It's like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, diff 7.
Yeah, nope.
Not really
Not-
worth
not-
it for you. So I roll damage.
God.
Reroll some of that damage. Because you are armed.
Oh, I hate this.
You can roll 2 challenge dice, and that is your free resistance. That's how much the bed's catching before it gets to you.
That's weird. It only rolled 1. Let me try that again.
2, 3, 4,
That's
5,
2.
6, 7, 8,
I'm probably still dead.
9 minus 2 is 7.
That's a problem. That fills out my stress track and deals me a.
It fills your track, it does your list 5, so you're looking at lethal.
Yeah, I can't do anything about that. Even if I spend my determination, I'm still taking another injury, which makes it worse. So
Yeah, I think you're out.
yeah, there's nothing I can do to that. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm not built for combat. This guy.
Meanwhile, back on the ship. New scene, by the way. And don't worry, Ven, you're not dead yet. Because he will have stabilized you before you died. Because he wasn't trying to kill you, he was just trying to capture you. Rylov and Arlen.
Hmm.
You get the feeling. Do you recall what you were driving at again? Sorry. You were asking about something in particular before we cut away.
Asking about.
You asked about Yolan, and then you were asking
Yolan.
about something.
The questions he was asked.
Oh yes.
'Cause he only remembers the one question. Apparently, we're like, let's see if we can't get it through the question or something from the questions he can't remember yet. And there's the, well, if me asking a question that was apparently missing, so I was like, okay, let's just ask some questions that I would ask.
Yeah, and you and Telora kind of are able to go through some questions. Like, you're not telling questions you'd be expected to ask a captured officer. And you're security, so you know more than she does. She's just there to kind of double check his brain to make sure you're not running into the invisible wall.
Or killing him, technically, but yeah.
Yeah. it occurs to you both, to all three of you rather, it takes painstaking questioning and re-asking the question, asking it again. Sometimes Arlen gets a headache and has to stop for a second, then you keep asking. And eventually, they were asking about a particular type of star. What he knew about stellar evolution, what he knew about protomatter, what he knew about dimensional travel, what his opinion was on subspace and temporal mechanics. And as he's describing it, and you're like, what kind of star? What sort of thing? What were they driving at? And just sort of very, very slow. For Arlen's point of view, he's not sure what he's really talking about. He's talking about, like, to him, it's an alien star. He doesn't, it's not one of the ones he's immediately familiar with, and he's not a stellar cartographer. He's not expected to memorize every star in the known galaxy and unknown galaxy. Like, that's a science department's problem. But you know what he's talking about. And Telor just kind of looks at you as there's this slow, like, wait a minute, I know what this is. And if she gives you that look, you meet the look, and it's, as he keeps talking, it dawns on you at the same time. He's talking about the star of Romulus.
Are they trying to ignite the star, or are they trying to stop it from blowing up?
The Romulan star already went supernova by this point in the time, right?
No.
No, it's in the future. 2
That's
years.
way in the future. Yeah.
Yeah, it blows up in 85.
And for momentum, I will inform Ryloff, if nothing else, and Arlen as well, unless you're keeping it to yourself. But
That's what it is.
That's what this is about.
He's generally sharing most of the things, trying to be very much I am collaborating with you. I'm not here to use you kind of, I already know you probably don't trust us. Deal.
But it occurs to you, this isn't wildly surprised. You remember there was a bulletin about it, and you both kind of think about it, talk it out. You remember that there was a theoretical paper about the possibility of the Romulan star going supernova. There is no official declaration from the Romulan government, frankly, because it's divided right now. But neither government has claimed that Romulus is in danger. But there are various members of Starfleet science and exploration who believe it is possible that the Romulan star could go supernova. And there's various theories on how it would do it, how soon. Is it within the current window? Is it possible to stop it? That sort of thing. So you're aware that it is a theory at this point that the Romulan star could go supernova. At least within certain annals of Starfleet science and Federation science.
Are they saying that this is a natural phenomenon, or is it sabotage?
There's theories on that. Some people think maybe it's sabotage, maybe it's a changeling thing, maybe it's a obsidian thing, maybe it's a natural occurrence that was always going to happen, maybe it's abuse of the star through various experimentation. Without the cooperation of Romulan military, there's no way to know for sure. You'd have to have them parked over the star and researching.
Just off of my amateur knowledge of astrophysics, only really big stars actually go supernova. Most stars are just kind of fluff when they die.
Yeah,
and that's at a really old age when they used up all of their hydrogen fuel.
Yeah,
Which
and
I don't think Romulus is that far off of main sequence. It's
that's
still
why
very
kind
much
of
a main sequence star.
That's why it catches people off guard a lot. Is because it didn't cosmetically the star doesn't look to do it. But if you scanned it and you did your math, you're like, it's going from impossible to unlikely. And in astrometrics, that's a massive jump.
That is a massive jump.
That makes
Yeah.
you start doing emergency planning at that point because it's getting way too close for comfort. But, Romulus hasn't said anything.
Well, the Tel Shiar wouldn't, because that's a sign of weakness, and if they don't know, they won't say for sure one way or the other. Well, no, they'll say it's safe because that's been the buzz line for the last however long, so they'll keep with that until they know for sure something else. And it's the Tel Shiar who occupies that system, so they're not going to let anyone in. What direction of questions were they asking? Was it like we know
How
it's
to stop
about the
it or
star,
how
but is
to
it like
control it?
yeah, like is it aggressive directions in terms of the star, like how would we upset this, or is it asking more general? And if I don't have a clue, it's going to be like, hey, Yolan, we're actually calling you in. Because none of us are con people. Scientists, there we go.
Insight Science difficulty 3.
May I assist?
Certainly can.
Would the focus for Talora of exotic energy source technology kick in?
It does. Yep.
Oh, great.
Mommy, I'm scared.
If you're talking about putting Thaleron radiation into the sun, that'd be great.
Take 3.
Sabotage focus?
Reasonable. Yep.
Now I'm really scared.
Do I fish? I'll fish on the 19. I felt so.
It's not so much. It's weird. They're not asking how to induce it, how to induce a supernova, because frankly, they already know. They would. You're an interstellar power with multiple stars, empire that's been around for centuries. You're going to learn how to do a supernova fairly quickly.
Sure, the Tel Shiar's done one or two in their time.
Yeah. But they seem to be asking, but they're not asking about absolute. So they're not trying to cause it or speed it up. Frankly, they already know how, and you all kind of come to that conclusion fairly quickly. It's like, oh, okay, well, that we can kind of dismiss that because the questions don't match up. Protomatter kind of flags that because protomatter is a way to make things stable or unstable. It's a very, very reactive. It's one of the most reactive substances in the Star Trek lore, which is why it's super dangerous to use because if you screw up, it's a big boom.
You mean protomatter, or do you mean red matter?
Protomatter in particular.
Okay.
Oh, that stuff's really stable and just absolutely just benign.
Yeah, I don't think we even know about red matter existing yet, so.
But it is they're not talking about how to stop it or arrest it either, per se. It's almost like they want to control it. Like, it's almost like if you were setting the inside of a home on fire, you're not asking how to put out the fire, you're asking how to slow the fire down enough that if you wanted to let the house burn down, you could. But you can keep it from burning down for as long as you want. That's the best you can get. It's because they're talking, and it's not an area Arlen knows specifically. They're asking for a lot of engineering, what he knows about stellar cartography. Which the thing is, Arlen's not a stellar cartographer. He's not a stellar evolutionist. He's a engineer. You ask him how to build something, sure. And that's where the questions eventually go. What would you build? How would you solve this problem? How would you do this? That sort of thing.
Going through him for second-hand knowledge, essentially.
Yeah. Because remember, Arlen is a rather accomplished engineer in Starfleet.
Mm-hmm.
Like Engineering 5, he is one of the leading engineers in Starfleet. So if they're going to ask anybody, he's one of the probably the easiest people to talk to because he's the lowest rank of the Engineering 5 people in Starfleet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you ain't getting it, Geordie LaForge.
We'll have Rylov tap his comm badge and Rylov to security. Please locate Mr. Yolan and confine him to his quarters. Starting protection of self and establish a transport inhibitor in the vicinity.
Lieutenant, The Yolan's already gone down to the beam him up now. You can try to find him.
Locate him and get him to return to the ship as soon as reasonably possible. This is a priority.
We also have orders from the captain. They want us to trail of that Romulan prey that zipped away from us. So, should we? I mean, we'll go do that for you, sir. But we are gonna need you or Arlen here up on the bridge. Because frankly, if I have you hear it's just I have orders to start shoving off, but I didn't want to shove off before either of you were up here with me as my XO.
Right, you are the senior lieutenant. Where's that Arlen?
No, that's just right.
Shishra is the senior lieutenant.
Sure, senior.
But she was like, because from her point of view, she doesn't have a Arlen if he's clear. If he's not clear, then it falls to you. So she's like, where's my XO? I kind of don't want to move around with, and I don't want to go to the ensigns before, or someone who's not a bridge officer.
Yeah.
I mean, she can apologize to you, but she's not a bridge officer. She's a administrative officer, which is different. She could command the ship in a pinch, but that's not a great use of her.
Yeah. Okay, Lieutenant Arlen.
Actually, she's in the hospital. What am I talking about? Anyway, go on.
Lieutenant Arlen,
Yes.
as far as you're concerned, you're entirely fit for duty, correct?
I'm a little worried, and I feel like I need to work on increasing our radiation resistance, but yes.
Would you consent to the Sub-Lieutenant Talora accompanying you for your present duty shift to continue to monitor the existing mental blocks that we have discovered?
On a scale of 1 to 5, what's Talora's engineering score?
2.
Enough to be an assistant. Enough to not be in the way. Because
Yeah,
2 is when you
but,
can start helping people.
Yeah, but that's also enough that I could probably pull a fast one.
That's
He's
true.
also a roboticist, and has the did the reading talent, so she can be quite versatile in ways that would indeed surprise you.
Okay.
There's also guile and cunning.
Very well.
Part of it will be that I am hoping through the keeping a scan on you, noticing if any alternative blocks in your mind seem to trigger without explanation will be some sort of a heads up. It is not a foolproof system, though if the captain and first officer are both away, as is the counselor, and it falls to 3 lieutenants, I would rather not utterly remove you from the chain. Making sense so far, Lieutenant?
Yes.
Let's get to work then.
Might as well. Let's go.
To the bridge, people go.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, isn't the bridge? This is the bridge. Oops. So we're Ilof. Who's taking the chair? Well, she is. What am I talking about? She takes the chair.
But I mean, she doesn't have to physically take that chair. But
Oh, that's true. Yeah, because she's gonna command from Khan. I forgot.
Yeah.
Is Arlen down in engineering, or is he?
I would be at engineering.
Okay, so Mark, that's where you are, and I'll tell Aura because she's following you.
And I am not trying to give her a slip.
Or
Not
are
sure.
you? No, you're okay.
I'm not gonna do anything in silly, at least under my own volition.
I mean, if she feels the need, she can always, that tells she our spy drone to help. We've got those. She's a roboticist. She loves toys. But yeah, Ralph will step onto the bridge up to Shushu. Lieutenant Arlen is under observation but on duty.
Penda, I'll have you control Shishir from here because she's the commanding officer.
Okay.
Captain. He will still say that.
Yep.
Because that's technically the right title.
Well, we can attempt to look for Yolan before push off, so if sensors can try and locate him.
If we can't quickly locate him, I would suggest contacting Captain Pant and informing him so that he can, on the ground, coordinate something. But from what I've been able to glean, it would seem Yolan is a priority at this time.
Very well. I said we'll get a scan out first and get his whereabouts.
Which scientists are even available? Oh, all of them, really. We didn't take any down except for Ben, right?
Oh, Rymek doesn't exist anymore?
Does he not?
No, he got wiped out in the previous round. Like when they corrupted Orb.
Oh, he ceased to exist?
So yeah, we kind of don't have any science officers because people don't
Wait,
want
what?
to make NPCs.
I must have skipped the bit where he ceased to exist.
Yeah, I was.
He was among the missing. Oh no, that wasn't
Oh.
Rymek. That was the other guy. What's his face? The former chief of science.
Yeah,
Freeman.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was
Draven,
Draven. Yeah, so well, okay, we still have Rymek. I knew we lost
I was
the
like, I
previous
swear.
one.
I was like, I'm sure
Yeah.
we had at least one.
So Rymek.
Like, yeah, I agree, not great, but
Fen, do you want to
Vincent
grab
Rymek.
Rymek?
Reason science, difficulty 4, assisted by sensors.
do you want me to roll that?
Please.
Go for it.
I'll one momentum, 2 threat.
Alright.
That is an actual crit from the ship.
Yep.
Like, definitely spend what you need to achieve goals, like, especially with his squad.
I'm just reading over his
Let me grab a random ship. Let's see if it's just your ship or if it's any ship. Ba-ba.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading like
Huh.
all the stuff he's got.
Does someone else have the
I mean, can I ask a
activity sheet
question?
open?
I'll fix it later. I know how to fix it.
Like, I've got it open, but would it be a problem if there's 2 Achilles sheets in the journal?
Is the other one set to computer's con?
Well, no, because it's linked to what sheet it is. You just cloned it. Like I can duplicate this.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that'd be a weird bug, but yeah.
Yeah, because that's what I was
So-
thinking about, yeah.
Because I spent some with threat, I do get a reroll because he's old science.
Nice.
That comp.
I don't even see your rolls, so.
Okay.
Can you see his rolls, Corbinian?
No, it's just Roll20 being. He's talking to the server slower than we are, so there's a delay.
I haven't even seen his other rolls from before.
Huh.
Oh yeah, I
I-
can see his rolls from the before. It's just takes a long
I
while.
rolled 3 hits.
Okay, and the
Nice.
2 from the ship, so that's 5.
Okay, try clicking over to the copy of U.S.S. Achilles and roll from there. Just as an experiment, I want to see because it worked for me. I want to make it for you.
I'm gonna go engines con.
Okay. Yep.
Hey.
The old cheat just barked for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay.
So I'll just rename this as the normal one.
Like,
Boop.
Rat loves cheating the other game.
The Abby normal.
Weird. So did you get the roll? Sorry, I was fiddling with this.
Yes.
Yeah, we gained
You
1.
generated a momentum off it.
He seems to be. The energy signature is registered as within the Wellspring habitations block. at the basement level. You barely see him through all the radiation. Because that place is heavily irradiated, so it's impossible to see his life signature. And he's inside a building.
Ensign Rymek, are you capable of expanding the scan to verify if there are or are not Romulan life signs in the presence of Yolan?
Presume that
Or
is a
vicinity.
momentum spend.
That's a momentum spend.
Momentum spend.
That is a negative.
No, sir. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
With luck, a good thing.
Do we know the captain's location?
Do we know the captain's location?
Tactical 2, one of the people at Tactical 2 looks over. Yes, he's looks like he's getting in a ground vehicle and heading to the spaceport.
Does his route happen to cross where Yolan is, or in the vicinity of that?
No, sir. That's one province over, essentially.
Right. Does Yolan have a comm badge on him? Communicator? Anything like that?
On it, he would have been assigned one if he was, since he's going to a non-Federation world.
It's maybe difficult to reach him through the basement and radiation. Maybe ask the captain to check on him?
That would be your call, Captain. As it happens, I would recommend someone gets to him as soon as possible, be that us or the Captain.
Yes, Lieutenant Rylov, can you reach out to Captain Penn and ask him to get to Wellspring and find out why Yolan is there?
Yes, sir.
New scene. Whoops, wrong one. Sorry. I looked at the wrong map. Boop. We cut to Volkov, Anora Volkov, kind of want. What do you mean he's not here? Sorry, he's not here. Do I need a pad or something? What? 1 second. Walks away from the receptionist and looks around. She adds a threat. Wait. Oh no. She grabs at her communicator, flips it open. Right. Volkov to Achilles. Come in, please. The minute you guys are trying to talk to Pend, you're being called from Volkov again. That Starfleet, Federation captain.
This is the Achilles.
Hi, I'm a concerned Federation citizen, and I'm asked to speak with an ensign Omnis Ven. I was informed that he was at the hospital, but he's not here right now. So I was wondering if you could help me find him.
Ops?
Ensign
Yeah.
Rymek? Again.
And we're just gonna put Achilles just so we know you're involved. You're not literally in orbit. This is just skipping back and forth. So I know where everyone is and who's active. Well, she hasn't really been. No, but we'll put her there because she might roll. Who's the other person? Aura. She
Rymek.
is. Oh, Rymek. Thank you. Rymek.
I think Telor is also in science.
Save.
Yep.
Update. No. Yes. Update the token. Save. Under. Oh, she's at the bottom. Boom. Shrink him down a bit. Is that everybody?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay. So you're attempting to scan for.
Yeah, for Ven.
Probably one moment. Rymek, repeat the previous scan with.
Reason science difficulty opposed. Because you find his comm badge in the wrong spot. Like you see a comm badge without the person attached to it. It's like, well, okay then, where the hell is his life signs?
Well, there can't be too many half betazoids around. So
Yeah.
that does narrow it down.
And actually, let's see. How lucky are you? I'll say you're lucky enough. I'm gonna give that as a trait from Ven that you're different. You get one free hit because you're right. Half betazoids are not super common on Pinnacle because it's kind of far away from freaking betazoid. There's not a lot of betazoids on this planet in the first place. On top of that, so
Yeah, let alone the specific half. Well,
Yeah.
Ven, if you would be so kind as to scan for yourself with Rymek. You got lost. Go find yourself.
What's the diff?
Opposed. You have
Oh.
one free hit though.
Free thread.
Spend them back. Never let them know what you're thinking as a value. Also, buying dice.
I got 4 hits.
5, 6.
Yeah,
not
we're
have a
at 6
focus,
total.
sadly. 5. Gain of momentum.
Cutting it close there, fella.
Well, if I had spent 6, he would have just spent it right back.
Oh, I know. I wasn't like blaming you. I was just like, ooh.
Spicy. Well, hey, we were only off by 1 inch. Like, I only had 1 lower recent science.
Oh,
There,
yeah.
there.
He seems to be inside of a that's flying low to the surface, which there's just zipping between like following the land the land as it's sloping down, and very very close to the tree cover, which actually did make it kind of hard to find him because you were mixing up. Your computer was having an anomaly where it was like, oh, that must be an error. I'm detecting a tree, not a betazoid. Now, correct for that. Assuming that trees exist, well, it's not possible for him to be flying over them. If he's in a hovercraft, it could be. Oh, and the computer kind of follows that. You eventually have to teach the computer how to ferret this out until eventually, there he is. He's in a hover vehicle with, you're able to determine it's Christos Adano because you would have known about his signature from before. And he seems to be heading toward the Wellspring province.
Where Yolan is.
Did you find him? Says Honora. I really do need to speak to him. It's very important.
It would appear he's on the move.
Where to, Ensign?
And he provides the he provides the movement vector and like a time code, like a time code, a set of coordinates, and then a movement vector. Because I
Okay.
assume it's moving at a constant speed.
Yeah, it's flying fairly quickly.
Yep.
It appears he's heading in this direction.
Oh, that doesn't sound very good. Okay. All right. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the information. Much appreciated. Sorry to bother you.
Okay, is there anything else?
Well, I heard a rumor. This is why I wanted to talk to him, and I don't want to alarm you. I don't want to, I don't want to be an alarmist or anything, but I heard a rumor that someone was going to take out some sort of personal grudge on him, and I kind of wanted to warn him about it. So I'm not saying he's in trouble, but it's possible he's in trouble. So I would suggest checking in with him. But you do you. That's all though. I don't mean to lecture you on how to run your ship.
We'll reach out to that vehicle, and we also need to reach out to the captain.
Okay. That's it for me, though. Thank you for the help.
Very well.
She closes her communicator. She flips it, and then she taps at it again. Volkov to Pend.
He doesn't pull over, but answers the communicator. Yes, this is Pend.
Hi. I missed out on the meeting with Ensign Ven. Apparently, he's on the move, and your ship's going to him. I am meeting up with the other officers about that thing we wanted to talk about. They should be checking out here in a bit, so I'll just wait around here at the hospital for them. As for Ven, you'll have to, if you want him to come to the party, you're going to have to reach out with your ship. There's some confusion going on, and they'll explain it.
Jesus. Any idea where he might be going?
If my mapping is correct, let me think. That's not the right sheet. Says the GM because he had the wrong sheet open. Actually, she describes it to you when she's assisting you with the roll. So it's a diff 2 insight con.
I've got a medal which can reduce contests by 1 to a minimum of 1.
Your complication range has gone up by 2.
It's the Starfleet Exploration Division decoration.
So you reduced it by 2, you said?
No, by 1 to a minimum of 1.
Oh, okay, so it's down to diff 1. But because Volkov's helping you, your complication range has increased.
What, to 2?
To 2, yeah.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, no, by 2, sorry. It'll be up
by.
to 3. My bad.
Focus in mental prowess?
Yeah.
I'll give you 3.
Okay.
I'll take it at this stage.
Gain of momentum. Yeah, you figure out where he's going. Based on, as you both kind of, she says, well, it's like this, it's like that. This way, the provinces are this, that, and the other. And then one of the ones she rattles off, she's like, I don't think it's Wellspring. But we hear, I don't think it's Wellspring. Like, wait,
Probably.
that sounds correct from what she's telling you.
It's in the general directions. That's probably where they're going, because that's where they were.
Oh. Well, okay then.
Isn't it
Yeah.
radiated?
It is? Oh. That's
Yeah, it was
that's not good. No.
Bomb-
That's
bombarded with gamma radiation.
oh. Oh, you probably should talk to your ship about this. I'll if he's late to the party, it's fine. It's he's in the middle of something, so I won't take it personally.
Okay, Jesus. Right. I'm gonna contact the ship. I'll be there ahead of him. Penned out.
Oh. She stares at a communicator and shrugs, flips it closed. Well, that worked out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna...
Cut back to Pend in his vehicle driving along as you're approaching the starport.
Yeah, I'll just pull up sharply at the starport. Pen to Achilles. Okay, apparently Achilles has died.
Okay, this is the Achilles. I'm just sitting here going, so we tried to call you, but we got called. Then when we tried to call you again, we got the active tone sound. It was like,
I need radiation gear and beaming up to the ship and to Wellspring.
Captain, we're also going to inform you that Yolan was in the vicinity or on the planet surface, and we do need him returned to the ship. If that is at all possible from you,
Yeah,
or at least secured by you.
I was heading to Wellspring anyway. It seems like Ven's been taken there as well, so I need beaming up and radiation gear, beaming back down.
Understood, sir.
And Pen will just cut the comms, expect the ship to ship.
And since it's all is go, then I suppose.
Whoops. So let's resolve the away team, the rescue team, as it were, for the next scene. So we know. Whoa, come on, computer. We know Pen's going. Is anyone else going with him? Or is Penn pulling anyone else with him in the rescue effort?
I'd probably take a medical officer if someone wants to play a medical officer. But that's about it.
We don't have one.
We do.
Sure, you have a couple. You have Dr. Costco, Cadet. Probably shouldn't send Ram down because he's heavy.
We do have a counselor, yeah. Well, who do you want?
Just a medical officer.
You can have Kobuk.
Sure, you're playing Golbeck.
I don't do Kobuk. No.
If you're recommending him. But yeah, pay for radiation gear. And probably a couple of extra considering Ben and Yolan.
For the extras, I will charge 1 opportunity.
Is that 1 total or 2 total?
Oh, you spend opportunity multiple times. You're right. Yeah, so for any beyond the away team, it'd be opportunity cost. So you have 2 spare of these.
But yeah.
1 you're wearing and 2 you have on you, which you could split it up between the 2 of you. That would make sense.
But
Just be easier.
yeah.
There.
Once we got the radiation gear and on the pad to be beamed down to Wellspring.
Okay. Are you beaming? Actually, get you the map here. I just have to clean it up because there's a lot of old stuff there. Actually, you can see me do it. It's fine.
Wait, we get to see behind the curtain?
This one. Yeah. All right. Boop. So kind of obvious, but might as well mark it just so you can see it. Boop. There's Wellspring. So the question becomes, where do you want to be beamed?
Where's Yolan?
Within that large building there. That's the habitation block. But so I'll mark this with his mark because he's not in the same place that your ensign is. He's not there yet.
Yeah, it's not quite here yet.
Yolan is checked here. Actually, it's the wrong token. And then we have... Nope, wrong one. Tick, tick. Tick. I'll grab all of this. Whoops, nope. Go away. Go away, box. Thank you. Boop. Boop. So you guys are being beamed. And then young Mr. Ven is en route. Whoops. Ah, dang it. So they're flying over the inland sea toward Wellspring.
Then, if that's the case, probably both of us to be beamed inside the settlement, but Penn probably outside waiting for the arrival.
Inside the settlement, but waiting.
We are not inside the building, inside the settlement.
Okay, like, so there's. Oops. Basically, the settlement is one big block. Like, imagine an apartment block, but big enough for like a hamlet. So it's like the entire place kind of lives out of this one large building, and there's a small like fishing dock away from it, and there's 2 outbuildings for storing stuff or curing things.
Okay. Then inside the main habitat then, and like I said, I'll just be keeping an eye out for the vehicle while Colbert finds Yolan to give him the suit and treat him.
All right, that's your intention. Control plus difficulty of. That's right. 4 assisted by sensors plus engineering. Because you're beaming through the radiation and brain as well, I believe. 1 second. Normally isn't a comp increase, but you're beaming through. You're beaming into a building that's heavily radiated. So control engineering, diff 4, assisted by sensors engineering, comp 2.
I think we can have Katal spend one of his determination.
Activating Koval.
Katal. Yeah.
Tunnel active.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Value, I like a challenge. Focus of transporters. Give you a threat.
Okay.
And if we get a comp, we can just get rid of it with Meticulous, so. Okay, quick off the ship, says it. So that's 5.
So
That's
Kobuk and
6, sorry, I can't count.
So Kobuk and Pend will be beamed into the settlement within the habitat itself. Actually, sorry. Meanwhile, then you wake up inside of a 2-seater hover vehicle with a big angle glass pane in front of you, with various holographics hovering in the air. You notice Chrysalis Adano has gloves on, like control gloves, that are manipulating the augmented reality in front of him, which seems to be controlling the vehicle. You're flying so low to the water, you can hear whoosh, the rushing of the waves as you're cutting across the water. You notice that your hands are bound together and your feet are bound together, and there's like an 8-point harness holding you into the seat, so you're kind of rocking around a little bit. Like the rocking eventually wakes you up.
Is my stress reset?
Yep, it's a new scene,
Oh.
and you see warning, entering radiated area. Warning. And he taps at he swipes at something and he gets it to mute, but the thing keeps blinking at him.
Ow.
You shouldn't have resisted. All you have to do is put down your phaser. That's it.
It's your game. What emotions am I getting off of?
Insight security difficulty opposed.
Damn it. I'm gonna spend a momentum.
Spending 3 threat. Never let them know what you're thinking.
Ah!
Buying a die. Buying a die, sorry.
Two hits. He's gonna beat me unless you. Yeah, nope. You get your threat back.
You find yourself trying to peer into a rather disciplined mind.
So yeah, Venna just asked, "What's your game?" and I assume he doesn't respond.
My game, Ensign. My game is to ensure that you get to where you need to be.
Ven is like he's trying to put the pieces together in his head. So, is he able to determine that he's going back into the irradiated zone?
Oh yeah, you know as you approach the settlement, you've seen Peninsula before, just from a different direction. But it's slowly like, oh wait a minute, I know where this is. I was just here like a few hours ago.
What? And it's just drop me in the settlement and leave me to die?
I don't do pointless things, Ensign. Pinnacle should be free to choose its destiny. And it is hapless whelps like you that rob my people of that freedom. So don't worry. Nothing is in vain. He's getting closer to the habitat. From here, you can see there seems to be a landing pad on the top for a hover vehicle like this.
You never really cared who set the thing off, did you?
Oh, I care a great deal, Ensign. A utopian Federation officer would not know what it is to protect something that's in such peril all the time. Your little Dominion war was a footnote in your life, a mere speck. Pinnacle has lived with that struggle from its first days among the stars. It's about time Starfleet did its share. He lands on the pad.
What do you think this is going to accomplish?
Meanwhile, Pend and Kobuk, you're inside this house. It is on the inside. You see, there's a big. It's multiple levels with a central courtyard. So there's a big empty space in the middle. So sort of like that. Boop. Then. Whoop. Yeah. I just realized I could draw these to illustrate what I'm talking about. So the thing you can see at the ends, look at these far ends, and then each of these areas, there's like various doors all along the outer area leading out to like various building, like everything from apartments to restaurants to administrative, whatever. And there's multiple levels of it. the central area is just kind of an open area, so that way you can kind of see across. It doesn't feel quite as cramped. But it is pretty cramped. Like actually, even this space here, like this is fairly wide, but it is still kind of like at the bottom you plant like some trees. Well, dead trees now because they've been irradiated. But up above you can see the sky through a sort of like transparent surface. Through that, you might be able to see someone landing because you would have seen that there are that's where like small hover vehicles could land, which is not uncommon for apartment complexes in a modern world. It'd either be like a thing out here on the outside, like a balcony that sticks out, or it's on the roof, whichever's easier for people. But with that, you can give me insight plus 2. Pend and Kobuk can assist each other on this. As you kind of look up and see if you can see the thing coming down before he touches down, like see if you see him coming before he's already landed.
Okay. Would you take quick reflexes? I quickly catch him like for the side eye.
I'd take that. Yeah, you're trying to see a speck before it turns into a full-on vehicle because they're moving fast.
Would you take hoplite? Because I know this is possibly a hostage situation.
Not yet.
I'll give you. Okay.
Delayed roll from the roll 20.
That came in right at the worst time as I was trying to think about what I was doing. 1 and 2. Lead by example if Kobuk is assisting.
Yep.
Oh, that's already 5 gained.
So yeah, you have enough time. You spotted the thing moving soon enough that you could, if you wanted to, you could be on the roof the moment it landed.
Yeah, I'll probably head up to the roof and just have Kobuk start looking or start scanning for Yolan by the time I get back.
So Yolan staying inside, you're going to the roof.
Yeah, I don't want another cadet getting shot by a random person.
Okay. So then you start landing, and you feel Pen's mind nearby. He lands the hover vehicle. The door next to you pops open. Now don't try anything. You hear me?
Yeah, what could I try?
I don't know. Strange Betazoid nonsense. And he starts undoing your harness. It pops open.
Can I just like pop up behind him without him noticing?
He's inside a vehicle.
Well, if he's turned around like looking at Ben,
Like you're trying to creep up to like the driver's side door or something.
Yeah.
That's an opposed roll, 100%. Daring plus security, fitness or daring.
Can I assist, like keeping him talking?
Present security. Yep. Daring security opposed.
Because I'm like, what could I possibly try? Like, I'm handcuffed. Like, there are all these reasons why I didn't do anything.
I'm gonna buy some dice because be jumped.
Would you take applied force under the reasoning of applying my size and strength? I'm best applying my physicality to not be seen.
I would take that. Yeah, I would take that. Yep, yep. Oh wait, no, I wouldn't. Because it specifically is for melee attack by letter.
Yeah.
Vague.
Okay, I've got some traits which I think will definitely kick in on this one. I don't think Master Strategist would, but I'll throw it out there.
You'd want like Master Tactics or something like Master
Yeah.
Tactician.
Uh,
Hoplite would kick in here for sure.
yeah.
This is a hoplite thing you're doing.
Tried and tested. It's not the first time I've snuck up on people.
I'll say no. You have snuck up on people. You've never done a hostage thing, to my recollection.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
But-
hoplite's the only one that would fire, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. So that's still a hit.
Oh, I have to roll for him. What am I doing?
I'll give you one threat, so you can roll at least two more dice. Spend.
Oh no,
two
I
more
had enough to buy. I'm up to 4. Gave me the means to roll 5 dice, which I will use. Oh no, I won't. No, I won't. There's a reason I'm not. Yep, never mind. I'll just take those.
Focus in composure.
Yes, you're trying not to jump too soon.
So currently at 4, 5.
Versus 3, you get 2 momentum. You're able to sneak up to the driver's side where, as he undoes Ven's bounds. Ven, you can see Penn behind him. Like Penn isn't. He's stealthy if you weren't looking up the side panel, and his back's to that window.
My roll went through, right?
Yeah, the 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
I'm going to be unorthodox here, so I'd like to see how this goes. As he finishes unbuttoning Ven, I'm going to knock on his window.
He looks over.
Would like to step out the vehicle, please, and release my ensign?
And we're in combat now.
Yay!
Hey, I gave him a chance.
He's about to go first because he's reacting to your challenge.
What would we have? Does he just get to go first, or can we spend stuff?
You would need something like no hesitation or something.
No.
Would this?
But he's the first to do a hostile act.
Yeah, go for it.
So he is going to spin the hover vehicle and try to smack Pinned while also trying to throw Ven out of the vehicle. So he actually needs some threat to do both. But his primary thing is to hit Penn with the car.
So this is a physical attack?
This is, you would be using fitness security because you're trying not to be hit by, you're trying to jump away from the thing before it hits you.
Well, I'm just
that
saying, kind of like a contested roll.
It is opposed. He has to, you could potentially see what he's doing before he hits you with.
Yeah, because if I see him trying to like spin his wheel and hit me with a car, I'm just gonna kick his door in with my cybernetic leg.
On your turn you can. You're responding to his action. You were thinking like an opposed melee roll. It's more like he's trying to ram you and you're trying not to let a car ram you. You know what he's great at? This roll. I'll buy a die.
He said this was a contested roll.
Yep, it's an opposed roll. You're doing fitness security.
Focus in composure.
I would take it, yeah.
I'll give you 1 and spend 2.
Okay.
Hoplite?
Yes.
Quick reflexes?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll just take those 2. I do have a reroll. So I'll reroll that comp.
Oh, the vehicle might help. Probably
So
won't.
I'm currently at 4.
It does. Go car go. 4.
Yeah, so I'm at 4, but I think you're at 3 with a comp.
Wait, yeah, 3. I can't count. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Hey, and I'm still sticking with I give people a chance before they turn to violence.
I'm back. So yeah, 3 hits to your what? Sorry.
To 4.
All right, so you gained your momentum. You jump out of the way. He will. He did not succeed, so he doesn't get to do an extra thing. So, Ven, you get the feeling that Chris Sedano looks like he's trying to push you, but he seems to be too focused on trying to spin the vehicle. The vehicle is hovering off the ground a little bit, like maybe like a foot or 2 off the ground. And the passenger side door is open. The turn goes to the friendlies at this time. Oh, one other thing.
Yay.
Oh, what is that to account for his complication?
No, the complication stopped him. He was gonna lift off while he did that. That's not what happened. he literally spun like a top and like moved like a foot off the. He didn't go nearly as far as you want. He wanted to get out of your reach, which is not what he did. Yeah, which isn't what happened. But something else happens. I just want to let you be aware of it before you do actions.
Okay.
I'm grabbing the wrong things, aren't I? Yep, I grabbed the wrong token block. It's in this block, isn't it? Yep. Oh, wait. Doy. Oh, wait, that's why. Kobuk notices that on his floor, there's a baton in his hand, in one hand, and a rifle in the other, and he's rushing toward him. He's dressed like one of the law keepers. But I don't get to act. I just made him appear by spending 2 threat for reinforcement.
Okay. I should probably end this quickly then. I'm just gonna reach for his window and knock him out.
Would actually question. Would I be able to assist?
You could, yeah.
Like do the order of I go first, prep to assist, then he goes, I assist.
By strict letter, that's what you would do. But all I do is I just attack your, because that's essentially what. Unless you want to do it that way, but
Yeah, like my idea is that I'm gonna check him from behind, throw him off.
Yeah.
okay. Pen, you are doing a opposed melee roll. So you're getting an assist from Ben. Because he's seated, essentially prone. If you do hit, you basically get a bonus momentum to your damage. Because you're attacking him through the window, he does benefit from the resistance of the car, which it's a ground vehicle, so the glass isn't like armored or nothing. So he does have it's just a car. 1 resistance for free, and he gets 2 more challenge dice because of how much the glass might resist you punching through. But after that, any damage after that goes right through to hit him. He does get the roll to oppose. He can't try to like away from the door while you're punching at the window or kicking the window with your boot. Actually, I'll say that as well. You could, if you kick with your cybernetic leg, you would know that that would have a piercing 1 quality for smashing this window because it's not rated for cybernetic legs kicking it.
Yeah, that's essentially what I was going to... I'm basically going to, like, Sparta kick through the door and window and just cave it in.
Yeah, I'll point out that the way the door... I didn't have a great image for this because it was in my head. It's imagine like a work bee sort of looking thing, but it's a lot less construction orange, and it's like light blue with large panels for like the sides and the front, so it's fairly clear on. So you're literally kicking through a glass, a massive like plane of acrylic or of space acrylic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And cracking through it.
Yeah, that's fine. Sounds like fun.
Space acrylic. Anyway,
He's acrylic.
Opposed daring security.
Would you take quick reflexes, considering he's probably still trying to spin the car while I'm kicking it?
I'll say no at this time.
Hoplite.
Yeah, this is an extraordinary circumstance. Yeah, extraordinary combat circumstance, I should say.
Considering I'm kicking, would you take Eldritch Punter?
No, he's not an eldritch target. He's just a dude.
Oh, that would have been funny.
Just a dude.
Focusing close quarters combat.
Yeah.
I want to be fair, so I'll give you 2, spend 1.
I'll take those 2. Spend 1 of it. Oh, I'll note that if he makes the he has to fight through the glass as well to hurt you back. So, yeah, if he does that, he may instead just try to move away from you. Just as a heads up.
So I've got 1 hit extra, and I'll roll. So I'm at 5, and I think Ben was wanted to assist.
Yeah.
Yep. Fitness security then?
Oh.
Well, I think I'm
Or
fitness because I've applied.
Or would I? Oh, so daring security?
Daring for you, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is garbage, but. Nope, I don't assist.
That's
one of his veterans fired. I just checked. I was like, oh wait.
Wait, one of his veteran?
Yeah, well, I did a veteran thing earlier, and I forgot to check for it. I was like, oh wait a minute, he's done that at least twice. So I do that now before I get too many more. That said, I'm not spending to real. I just wanted to get that now to get my threat back. But still, he failed the roll with a comp. Yeah. So you then kind of shoves into him, pushing Sedano closer to the door, and Penn just boots the crap out of the door. And does the door give? Is the question.
so it's piercing 1. You said I had a free momentum for the attack, so I'll reroll 4.
Oh. That is wow. He has hunkered down, so he actually has currently 4 resistance from the door. Sorry, 5 total. Wow, it helps if I type it.
Yeah, so piercing 1. I think I pierced 6 out of that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, no, there was just your foot goes clear through the glass. Yeah, it does, that cover doesn't even reduce any of your damage. It just hits you straight on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Avoid injury.
Yeah.
I'll spend 2 and kick again.
Say again.
Considering I got the hole now, I'll just like drag him out and like throw him onto the ground.
So if you want to do that, where's my things?
This is like 2 to swift.
2 to swift for sure. Okay. Oh yeah, that's what you'll do. Instead of okay, I got it. Okay, so it's gonna be daring security again. You're not being assisted this time because you're moving faster than Ben really could help you. He assists you with the first thing. You would have to beat him at this opposed roll of daring security. Instead of doing damage, you're choosing to move him from the vehicle out of the vehicle. So you're forcing him to move. You have the momentum. You will need to spend, if you succeed, you spend at least 1 momentum to unbuckle his thing. But you'll get 1 free bonus momentum anyway because he's seated. You're grabbing a guy who's seated in a chair, so it's easier.
Well, it's good. So I was sort of like thinking about like judo throwing him onto the ground, but if I'm doing no damage, I might as well just reach in and smack him.
Yeah, because they don't have the mechanics per se for judo throwing someone onto the ground. It's presumed they would pop, but that's just regular. But he isn't moved per se.
But yeah, I'll just take the foot out and then just put the hand where the foot was.
Oh, you're punching in. Yep. Okay. You did do at least 5, so the window's broken. So there is no the door. The left door's gone. It's just this big hole, gaping hole. Opposed roll.
Yeah. So I had a trait hit. Difficulty goes up, so it's essentially evens out that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll 6 challenge dice, GM.
Okay.
Yeah, you get 4. I do have a reroll as well.
I'd spend at least 1 anyway. Ba-ba-ba.
Currently tie, but I'll take my reroll.
Oh, I should have spent for his value. Well, oh, that kills me. I was like, nah, I better not. I already saw it. I better not spend.
But
And I was like, I should probably get this anyway. And then I roll like that. I'm like, oh, okay, I would have made it. Anyway, yeah, you totally hit him. Roll your... you're just damaging, so just roll your damage. Ugh. You punch him, and his neck cranes in an unnatural way. And he goes limp. In his chair. Are you sorry, we're still in combat. Are you keeping the initiative for book, or are you letting it go to the goon downstairs?
can the goon go downstairs, considering you paid for him to arrive this turn?
he totally can. Yep.
Maybe spend 2 for Colbert to bravely run away.
Yep, that sounds good.
Hey, he's not a combatant.
No, I'm totally with you. I
Is
was
he running
thinking
up to the roof or
violence.
down to the surface level?
Probably.
Because he kind of beamed in the middle.
I'd probably say up to the person who knows who can fight.
Fitness, con, difficulty 0. He needs. Well, if anything, he will arrive at the top of the roof at the start of the next turn because he's basically moving across the building. You're just building momentum, basically, and a complication checking to see if he trips over himself.
Rylov?
Yes.
I think he wants your help to help Kobach run away.
Oh, right. Yes. Kobuk. I was eating something.
And again, GM, I didn't go straight to violence. I tried to talk.
How dare you? Fitness con for Kobuk? Oh.
What's the diff 0?
Yeah. Yeah, none of that helps. I'll just, give you a momentum for good luck. He doesn't have a focus.
Thump, 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 thump. Thump, thump, thump. What the hell am I gonna do?
Chase the
Oh.
intruder?
He does something, and I would keep it secret, except in the car you hear, Inspector, he's heading up your way. You might want to hurry up. He wastes his turn informing the unconscious Sadano that someone's coming up to him. Thanks, buddy. You're super helpful. Damn it. Turn resets. The bad guy went last, so the good guys get first as Kobach appears running up the stairs for his life. And actually, 1, 2, 3. I actually, before that round ends, sorry.
Spend to end the scene.
No. Arlen,
Yarp.
would you like Arlen to act this round, or would you like Yolan to act this round?
Yeah, let's switch it up. I want Yolan to act.
Cool. So Yolan wakes up and sees that he is in some sort of sub-level. Smells damp here. Oh, he's not that big.
Beefy.
I don't know. He's pretty big in my eyes.
No, the bad guys. Don't complicate the bad guys. There is...
Yolan sees them, and that's what he says. Bad guy.
Mr. Bad Guy. Yeah. I cannot hit that guy's notes. I would die. So he is in some sort of area. There are guys in lockkeeper outfits with rifles pointed toward a stairwell door, like a cellar door. His hands are kind of bound behind his back. He's seated in a chair, and he feels kind of woozy. The last thing he remembered doing was he was going to the surface to check out, basically to hang out with a friend of his on the surface, because not to worry about Arlen too much, because there's not a whole lot he could do. He's in medical and security. We'll talk. I'm gonna just relax,
Yeah, that sounds like a Yolan thing.
Put his mind out of it.
Yeah,
Chill
go socialize.
And he met with his friend. He had some drinks, non-alcoholic drinks, because he might need to work because the ship is active. He's like, oh, okay, whatever. He walked out into the street, and then he found himself rapidly unconscious. And then he woke up here.
Okie day. This is fun.
What does Yolan
And
do?
the log keepers have their backs to me.
Yep.
How am I bound? Are these handcuffs or ropes?
They're super glue.
Zip ties.
Zip ties. Okay.
Do that Denobulan thing where you grow your mouth really big and bite them off.
I'm kind of considering that. Or do I have any tech nearby?
For 2 momentum, there could be.
2 momentum, some sort of transmitter or sensor thing, or tricorder.
It seems to be some sort of console with a keypad against the wall and stuff. Looks like one of those wall panels Yolan sees on the starship, but different tech. But
Alright,
same
so
idea,
just-
like a wall panel
So some sort of terminal to a network.
of some sort. Yeah.
Are these guys at attention or?
They are pointing their guns and are standing in a tactical sort of position, waiting for something at the door. They're not really paying attention to Yolan.
What kind of weapons? Can I tell what kind of weapons that they have?
Rifles, energy rifles.
Energy rifles. And we have a computer or terminal. Well, let's do this. I'm going to hobble my way to the computer terminal, and I'm going to set it up as a flashbang. Just all light, all bright, max out.
So that sounds like 2 different tasks. One is fitness to hop yourself over to that thing without like tipping over and falling because you are tied to a chair.
Mhm.
And then you'd have to swift task to do something to the panel. So let's
do
get
that.
you let's get you to the panel first.
Give me the panel first.
Fitness plus con, difficulty of 3, complication of 3 because you are tied up. And you could tip over and fall. Because you're also
Well-
trying to do it. If you get a complication, one of them's going to hear what he's doing and might interact
Well,
with his
good thing I
interaction.
did the reading. 1 momentum, and I happen to have read a book on escape artistry.
I'll say yes, but reading fantasy novels doesn't count, Yolan. But it does this time. Darn you.
It does this time. Such a bullshit talent. I love it.
It costs resources. I don't mind.
It costs resources.
If it was for free, I'd be annoyed. I'd be a lot more. Like, it costs you money.
And you can only do it. And then each time you do it, after that, it costs an additional 1.
Yeah, it costs more and more the more you use it. So that becomes expensive.
So fitness, science, and I do have a focus. And let's do.
He's pulling a MacGyver here.
I'm pulling MacGyver. Absolute MacGyver. 3 threat.
Certainly.
Denobians are totally known for their dexterity, right?
Not in this sense, no. For climbing, he totally would.
Yo, no. All right. I guess time to use that value. Hands-on learning.
Yeah, I'll take that. So, this sounds a lot easier in the novel. How do the physics of this work again?
God damn it.
Okay. 2 momentum to squash.
Okay.
I don't want to tip over.
Hop. 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 He kind of hops a little too hard. He kind of leans forward on purpose and kind of falls on his feet, just very slowly sits back down. Oh, okay. That was spookier than it needed to be. He's at the panel. It'll cost 2 to swift task.
Yeah, 2 momentum, swift task.
2 threat, you mean?
2 threat.
So yeah, you're at the panel and you want to make this into a flashbang, you?
Yeah, basically
Okay.
you turn the lights to max and flash at a certain frequency and certain pattern and to blind these guys and disorientate them. And if I can do it in a way that it doesn't disorientate my eyes, because I am Denoblian, so I might have different vision centers.
Control engineering diff 5 comp 3 because you're dialing with your face. Your hands are tied behind you. So possible, but very, very difficult. Also, diff 6.
Cause you're angry.
No, because swift task. This is already pretty hard to begin with. It's like, well, I mean, possible. I don't know how much I could program with my face, but there's people out there who do it.
All right. Stellar evolution. Since I'm taking this from a star perspective.
Comp increase. But you could.
Or astrophysics. I guess kind of the same argument.
Same argument, same complication increase. I would be looking for like acrobatics or computing or something like that. Accessibility, I don't know.
Well, I know what kind of focus you're getting in this week.
Doing the comp increase option?
Yeah, might as well. Yeah, I'm gonna have to because I can only roll 5 dice. So I need to get 6 difficulty, so I need something to help with my.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I don't have any medals. I'm a civilian. 6 threat. Let's go. I got nothing to help with that. You have fun.
Oh, spicy food. That got up to me. Water. I'll be right back.
How has this turned into penned and free nerds fight a gauntlet?
Oh,
I don't know.
Failed, I think.
I failed hard. I absolutely face planted.
And they're gonna notice you.
Yep.
A complication, they hear you headbutt the console.
Oof.
Dude. Oh dang! I should have. I should have used my Denoblian hand trait to use my tongue on the screen. Because Denoblians have really long tongues.
Oh, too late now?
Way too late.
Yeah, this wasn't where I was thinking this episode was going. Also, yeah, I didn't want to say anything earlier on when I figured out what he was doing. I wanted to wait for him to say that it was the Romulan son.
Oh, that's rough.
I was so happy I figured it out.
Yeah.
Usually I suck at figuring out things like that.
Yeah. And I even in the Hadfield, I even had a vague reference to that eventuality with a game where the Hadfield had to utilize a prototype red matter device developed by the Vulcan Science Academy. Complex goal. It was classified to hell and back, but
I'm back. Oh,
I was.
Hey, Sanka, you dead?
okay. Let's get myself
Well,
resettled.
Yolan's dead.
Oh, right. I was going to do something bad to him before my mouth caught on fire randomly.
Look, it's already bad enough he's just headbutted the panel.
That's, yeah, he literally bashed, like, ow! Wait. Why is headbutting an electronics panel a bad idea? Zort.
Zort. Who's Zort?
Sure, why not?
Give me the threat.
Sure, why not? It's just electronic. Boop. This has the intense quality. One, two, three, four.
5.
5. And it
And
costs
thud.
Zort. Cracks it and then hears a sparking noise like, huh? Duh. Thud. Right. So unfortunately, good guys acted last, so the bad guys get to act first. As Kobuk arrives at the top of the stairwell. This bad guy does not hear anything back. You clever enough to figure that out? Yeah. This is, unfortunately for him, this is a bad idea. So.
No, you don't run to the danger.
And, oh, I guess I should roll him. Maybe I'll get some extra threat out of this. I get 2 threat. That's a little overkill.
Wait, 2?
Wait, no.
Rolled a
One.
nat 1.
Oh, 3. You're right, yeah. Bad guy begins running up the stairs. He hasn't gotten to you yet because he has to get up there. Turn goes to you guys.
I'm unconscious.
Well, yeah, probably would have passed you the radiation suit first.
You'd have to spend an action to do that. You haven't had a chance to.
Could that be
Like
a minor?
You'd have to have your turn and use a minor to hand it to him.
Okay. Then minor pass then the radiation suit. And do we see Colbert now?
Yep. He arrives at the top of the stairwell.
Then I'll swift task. Oh no, because that was just my minor to give him the.
Yep.
Then I'll direct Colbert to make sure he stays alive for questioning.
Kobuk, you're being directed to perform first aid against a. I mean, he can commit mutiny now and end his career, but
Yeah, exactly.
sad end for Kobuk. No, I'm sick and tired of kissing up to you. Oh, okay.
What am I rolling here?
Good to see you.
I mean, does
Daring plus medicine difficulty. Yeah, it's first aid in the field. Difficulty 3 because he's helping someone in a car, not in a like hospital or anything. And comp increases to 2 because he is still kind of strapped into it. You kind of have to get the buckles out of the way and clear away some of the glass so you can get to him.
Field medic talent.
That would fire here, yep.
Just
May
about,
ignore the first complication that would increase the difficulty of the task.
just about to say, would Colbick have said he was being pursued by someone when he got to the top of the stairs?
I will say you could see it. Like if you look through
Okay, then, yeah.
what's going on down there. This isn't exactly a fortress.
It's a residential area.
Yeah. It's a residential commercial block. Like,
If it helps you, Colbick, I'll be making my assist a crit. So,
Oh, okay. Does he have the proper tools and equipment?
he is a medical officer, so you would have.
Okay. So field medicine doesn't matter anyway.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh.
Field medicine and field medic are different.
Oh.
Field medic may ignore the first complication that would increase the difficulty of the task, not the complication.
Right. Okay. So the diff goes down to 2. The comp stays there. I see.
Yep. Medical talents are all interestingly specific.
Something tells me some really weird stuff happened in the playtest back in the.
Emergency medicine.
Yeah.
What makes you think that some weird stuff happened during the playtest?
Well, whenever you get super specific stuff like that, that usually hint playtest, and they said, hold on.
What was
No.
the specific thing?
Medical talents in general.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you're being that specific, that means you wanted it to do a certain thing. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yes. God, is daring as ass.
Time to do your way, Team Practicum, cadet.
Oh, that's control. Okay, so we don't have any momentum.
Nope.
there's only so much I can do.
Okay, we'll give you a threat.
Mm-hmm.
And he does have that. So, haha.
Oh, and
You generated plenty of momentum.
yeah, and mine's a crit as well, so we hit 5 on a diff 2.
That's very Kobuk.
5 momentum generated, I believe. Are you quashing the comp?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The patient did have a lethal injury. He has now been saved. He now just has an injury.
Then I will swift.
Okay. What you doing?
Or do you want one-on-one, or do you want 2 threat?
You can do 1-on-1, yeah.
Oh no, I'm asking which would you prefer? Do you want some more threat? You're gonna need it.
It's up to you.
Take the 2 threat.
Sure.
Stop being generous, Ben.
As I'm heading off down the stairs, because I clearly see someone running up chasing at the Colbick, I'll say to Ven, get a scanner and find Yolan. He's in the building. And I'm gonna sprint down to go, drop kick or knock out another person.
Give me fitness con difficulty 0. Or sprint to him.
1 swift.
Oh, diff 1, you're right, yep.
Composure?
I wouldn't say so. This guy's exactly scary to pend.
Strategy and tactics. I'm closing down an enemy before he can get to the...
I would take that. This is a tactics move for sure. You're rushing to meet the threat rather than waiting for it to get to you.
I'll give you a threat.
Certainly.
Diff 1 gained 3. I'll spend a mel to squash the comp.
Okay. So what's happened is because you both sprinted into it, you basically sprint into each other. Your battle basically happens in this in-between space in the stairwell. but you're basically bolts. You were rushing to stop him, so he can't get to the roof unless he wants to. He has to fight past you to get to continue where he's going. So you've stopped him from progressing. Because Sprint was presuming there was nothing in the way, and the stairwell isn't exactly wide. Like if it was like a starship like hallway, he'd just run around you, screw it. But like in this case, there's nowhere. He has to attack you to get past you.
Yeah.
It goes to the bad guys, unless you're keeping.
That's up to Colbuck and Ven.
I'm just here, man. Sounds like it's going to them.
Okay.
So I'm going to do as the captain said and run a scan. Try to find Yolan.
Reason science difficulty 3.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you're not.
I am going to spend a moment sensor operation.
Oh, sorry. I'll have to. You guys owe me a momentum for someone to do an extra mile free Ven from his binds because he was still bound by the hands and feet.
Okay, that's
Yep, that's fine.
I won't make that a task. It's just a quick phaser shot to one of the binds, and you can just remove the other one.
No, he can do this tied up. It's fine.
Why do I have the shield on you? Oh,
Oh, there we go. There we go. I got my momentum.
he is in a basement auxiliary level.
Does this craft I'm in have a sensor thing, or am I just doing this off a tricorder? So,
You could do it from the vehicle or from your tricorder. It's your call.
the vehicle. So I assume the vehicle gives an assist.
It does. You gain another hit. MVP car, hover car.
Does it have a 2 in sensors?
That's
It
been
has
up.
it hits. It hits.
That's
Oh,
been
you ask
up
if it
to-
has
Yeah.
focus.
'Cause it's got a 2 in sensors. That crit.
No.
Okay, worth a shot.
That'd be funny if it did.
That would be really funny. But I am going. Come on. Ah, damn it. Worst that. Sorry, what was it? GM?
He is in the basement. He's in a basement auxiliary room.
Okay.
So- yeah.
What are his life signs?
One of your free questions.
Yeah,
He
my
is
free
non-lethally injured.
Gee.
He seems to have suffered some electric shock to his head and blunt force trauma. He's also prone. I should point that out because he would have fallen.
Kobuk, I need you to call up to the ship. Forward them this data.
Tell the captain as well.
And inform the captain. I can't. I don't have my communicator on.
Yeah, he doesn't have a comm badge. Remember, it got taken from him. He tells Kobuk, you could swift task to do something if you want. You can't keep because you've already kept.
Hang on. Oh, I have a really good idea.
Care to share with the class?
Yes, I'm going to use my medal that lets me make 2 bonus momentum.
Okay.
Trying to find exactly which. Because I have a couple. I have the Legion of Honor. Here it is. Starfleet Medal of Honor.
Okay, yep, that's what I figured.
Generate 2 bonus.
Okay. Then what?
Spend that to Swift.
Roger.
I want to now move over to the communication terminal on this, where I heard the guy like calling through, sir, are you there? I am going to press a few buttons that make all of the comms on like these on his men horrible static feedback.
Oh. Are you trying to attack people with it, or are you just trying to make sure they can't use their communicator?
No. I am doing I'm plugging the microphone into the speaker and
Well, mechanically it matters. That's why I'm asking. There's a difference between creating a conflict that stops them from talking to each other and actually you're trying to.
trying to make a complication that is going. I'm not trying to physically hurt them in the terms of like I'm doing stress,
Okay,
but I'm trying to make a complication.
gotcha. During engineering difficulty, you change the difficulty and how I'd resolve it. So it's loud enough. You're doing it so that's annoying, as opposed to I'm trying to blow out your eardrums. And the vehicle sort of helps, but I wouldn't depend on the. Oh wait, your swift task. Div 3.
Yep. 3. Take a threat and 2 momentum.
Okay.
Isn't my best roll. Reverse engineering focus.
Yes.
Did the
Cool.
car just help again?
It did. This car, I swear to God.
Can we take it with us?
That's theft that belongs to the local government.
Yeah, it's doing better than pretty much any.
That
shovel
doesn't
we've
answer
ever
her
fucking
question.
had.
I mean, you
And-
could totally pay for a hover car. I imagine there might be one or two sitting somewhere on. Although you could, anyway,
You know what?
what?
Under the circumstances, I'm gonna burn my cluster of that metal
Okay.
because I have it with cluster and increase the complication. Although I'm going to roll my my what's first, my untap. Nope, I have to spend the metal
Okay.
to give them another round.
In essence, what you've done is that they cannot. Not only can they not talk to each other, but they can't fix it. They'd have to get to the car to get it to stop broadcasting over. You basically just blasted all the frequencies, so they can't hear a thing. Although notably, you didn't roll a complication. You notably did not clog up the Starfleet bands, because there's very particular bands your comm badges use. You just made sure to drown out everything else.
Ven looks to Kopik and says, my mom told me I should be a DJ.
Can I take a threat from that pun?
I mean, I can gain one. I might even gain 2. A turn goes to the bad guys. We cut to a new scene. Explain in a moment what's going on. On the bridge of the Achilles, Tactical 2 says, one of them says, I'm noticing a buildup of energy in the power structure of that facility. I think it's about to overload. The whole building's going to blow up. Orders?
Can we get them? Can we get a signal on people down there?
We can get anyone with a comm badge pretty easily. We can see our away team.
Can we also see Ensign Ven.
He's close to one of our signals. We could probably grab him with the other comm badge. He's next to Cadet Kobuk.
Assuming we're also picking up Yolan as well.
We don't have his comm badge was left at the.
Oh yeah.
Did
Yeah.
I tell Kobuk to forward the info?
You did, but this has happened. The scene got cut before you got to say something. He hasn't acted yet.
Tell transport to get a lock, but let's open channels to the awaiting.
To get a channel to them, control plus brain. Wow. 1 second. I have to look up what the rule is. Oh, I remember now. Control plus engineering. Difficulty 4. Comp 3. Assisted by communications plus engineering.
Alan?
Sorry, what was that?
A request from the bridge for communication to the. They need to get through the irradiation that's blocking the signal. Control engineering, diff 4, comp 3, assisted by communications plus engineering.
Control engineering.
Ship.
Comp 3 to 4. Lateral thinker to get around the interference.
That's reasonable. Comp or diff.
Let's bring down that diff.
Roger.
Fast thinker to get this done quickly.
That doesn't bring down anything, but that does keep me from the challenge die.
All right. And of course, reckless trait.
Comp increase. Comp 4.
All right. Technical insight or Starfleet protocols as a focus.
Technical insight.
All right. Take a threat.
Got it.
Just one.
That is for you. Gain a moment. You have a connection with the away team. Well, minus Fenix, he doesn't have a badge, but the 2 people with badges.
Comms open.
So I think at the moment it's basically going to be me speaking to me.
At present. Unless Rylof's going to step in.
I'm here. Yeah, so I can. It's like, away team, be aware that there is a power buildup at your location. It seems likely that whatever power source is in the vicinity is overloading.
The guy in front of you, as you kind of meet each other, and he looks at you, and he yells, "We need to get out of here! Get me out of here! We need to leave!" And you can hear the building shaking. You can hear the hum of plasma charging up in the walls.
Help me
We
get...
only have transporter lock on yourself, the cadet with you, and Ven, who is near someone with a comms badge. All other personnel without a Starfleet locator, we cannot get a lock on.
Understood, I'll try to change that. I'll look to the person in front of me. If we get...
These coordinates here.
If we get to the people who's holding Yolan and all get to the roof, we can all get out of here.
What? Are you kidding me?
Now!
We're gonna die here. We need to leave now. You see a nearby apartment across the way explode out and furniture tumble into the center.
If he doesn't help me, I'll continue running down to the basement to get Yolan.
Presence plus command difficulty. He does not want to stay on this building for any amount of time.
Well, I mean, if he thinks he can outrun the explosion.
At this point, Starfleet's gonna let him die. He's like, "Frigate, I take my chances. I'll jump through a window. At least the fall won't kill me, right?
Well, I wasn't
Actually,
gonna
the
let.
building will still blow up and kill you anyway. But you know,
Hey, I've just told him a way how to get out of it. If he helps me, we can all
yeah, he's
leave.
gonna believe the guy holding him hostage.
But yeah,
Do this or die. I don't want to help this guy anymore.
Diplomacy.
I wouldn't say so.
How about lead by example?
No. Intimidation.
Composure.
Threatening. What was that?
Composure.
Composure. I'll take.
Would you say this is a social conflict or a social interaction?
In essence, yeah.
Okay, so I get a free reroll because of charming demeanor.
Yep. Like, I'm threatening you, but I'm doing it in a charming way. Look, buddy, I don't want you to be atomized, but you know, help me out, man. You know. Hey, do me a solid. Help me find this guy or die, you know.
I'm just trying to decide if there's probably going to be a roll after this to carry Yolan back up to the roof.
You still have to get to the guy.
Yeah. I'll give you a threat.
Okay. Gain a momentum. Damn it, fine, follow me.
I'll start following him down to the basement as quick as we can.
As you're running downstairs, sensor ops can tell that the various parts of the building are exploding as various plasma conduits are giving way and causing minor plasma fires. They're not as big as a starship because it's a residential commercial complex. So they don't need a ton of energy, but it's enough that if you were in the room, the room would be on fire. Like it'd be enough to make you want to leave. So the building's slowly getting more and more on fire. What's the next action, folks?
Well, I mean, the 3 people on the roof could get out now.
They could.
That what the captain wants us to do?
We can reasonably beam them out, yeah.
Yep, you could.
But beaming them out gives another roll, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, because it takes time.
Like, do you want me to see if I can just go again and get down to the basement?
I was going to say, if we could create an advantage. Because I don't know if... Is there anything that you think you can do to help from where you're at, then?
Unplug the static?
Unplug the static. Because if you can just if he can just communicate to them, bros, there's a way out, but bring that person with you to the roof. That does save a lot of running. But I was gonna say, if we can create an advantage that Sital has a lock, and the second it looks like it's going, whoever is on the roof gets beamed out, or whoever we have a lock on gets beamed out, or can get a lock on rather.
You could use him to set up an advantage for that. Or, I will be fair, since he isn't beaming anyone yet, you could spend 2 and have that be a standing advantage where he's already, like, the moment the thing goes up, he'll immediately interject and try to beam who he can.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That'll cost you 2 momentum. That is not a task roll. That does not cost any time. Presumably that's Sital just taking the initiative on his own without being told to do that. He just kind of does it just out of professional expediency.
It's like, oh, there's a critical situation. This is my job as transporter chief.
What's your next task, folks?
So maybe, like I said, maybe then unplugging the static.
Well, I mean, what does that do?
Out of character opens up comms. In character, probably nothing as far as you'd be concerned.
Yeah, I think I'll reopen the comms.
Okay. I won't make you task roll for that because you're occasion you just take out the aux cord. You know, it's like I'll just stop broadcasting. More buildings blow up. You can see emergency vehicles starting to fly towards your location on the horizon. Those on the and the ship can detect it, like because the nearest city can see that there's something going on over there, and they're trying to render aid. But they're you know, it's unlikely they'll get there before the building blows up. Not that they know that. They just would have seen an energy surge on their planet, and they're trying to get over there.
I think at this stage it's me and the other guy trying to just get down to the others.
I mean, he can also try to communicate with them to be like, hey.
Yeah, I mean, if I get the coordinates up to the ship, can't the ship just beam everyone out?
They could try.
Or if we have their signal, we can lock on to the signals of their communicators, potentially.
Well, yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm trying to get down to him, because at least there'll be a active comm badge near them all.
It's your call, guys.
I mean, I feel like if I give them the coordinates, that's probably the best, because those are straight coordinates.
Yeah.
They know what they're being.
And I will say that you have told by this point the coordinates are known.
Okay.
Because you said earlier before I started rolling for time and stuff, you said here are the coordinates, and presumably your character would rattle off a set of numbers that most people could remember. You know, 125 by 126, 2 marks down, 2 marks up. It's like, oh, okay, I know what you mean by that.
If you want to do that, go for it.
Yep, doing that.
So you're gonna try to beam who exactly? And Ben can assist because he is, or Koba can assist. Ben or Koba can assist by just verbal because they're helping with the coordinates.
Then, presumably, do I know about the 4 other people who are with, Yolan?
Ven would not know.
Okay, well then just Yolan then.
So just Yolan's being beamed up.
Unless we want to try to beam everyone that we know of.
I mean, if we're being given a general coordinates as this is where they are, is it possible to just do a Gital beam up any life signs in that these coordinates that you've been given?
You could do that, yeah.
Like, it sounds like it'd probably be more difficult because he's got more work to do, but it's like a precaution thing.
Yeah.
Given what we know of the situation, which isn't much, but it's like, there's something going on.
For momentum, I could clarify. I could help.
Sure.
Ramek is able to add to the obtained information that he detects for life signs with the initial target. He doesn't know exactly. He would know their. That would be easy.
If that's the case, we'd probably have the life sign readings for everyone there.
So expand range and transport all 2 paths.
So you're beaming Yolan and his 4 captors up to the ship. Is that correct?
That'd be the intention, I believe, yes.
Okay. Control.
Because we can't necessarily beam from the entire compound at once.
If Oh, yeah. So Tall's doing this from the transporter room, so that helps. Okay. Oh, right. Control plus engineering difficulty 4 sensor science the radiation.
What am I? Because you said I can. Same thing?
You could use I would say insight. Oh no, you have a tricorder to assist with this. It's like you're helping be an extra sensor for Satal.
So insight engineering,
Science.
science. Sensor operations focus.
Yes.
A transporter's focus.
Yes.
I'll give you a threat.
Oh, there's one hit for you. Oh.
I mean, that's not bad yet. Let's do the shit. It's still
They're
not bad
both-
yet.
they're both 20s.
Yeah, don't worry.
Don't worry. Be happy.
I'll spend his determination.
What's on what value?
Moving things is my job.
Okay. You should become a mover. Move
Reroll
pianos
2.
and stuff.
There you go.
Oh no.
And the building detonates.
Oh, but we had the advantage.
You do, yep.
We had the advantage of he was ready to beam people off the roof.
No, off the combat signals.
So you can get penned Kobuk and Ven, but fine.
Oh, and what about what's his name?
It covers the vicinity of those, so technically, what's his name is in.
Oh,
range of
Sedano?
that.
You could
Yeah.
grab him, yeah, because he's on the roof, so
Yeah,
near a
am I-
comm badge.
near.
Am I still assisting?
No, this is Satal just kind of suddenly doing it.
GM.
He sees a surge and begins overriding. He doesn't check with the bridge or anything. He just starts beaming things.
GM.
Yep.
I'd like to give you 2 threat. And I'm
Four.
going to reduce the difficulty of the task by 2.
How?
Transporter Chief.
Diff 3.
Yeah, it doesn't say repeatable, so I assume it's just a one-off.
It'd be a one-off, yeah. It has to say repeatable to keep using it.
Yeah. Like, the away team is in communication with the ship.
Yes.
Yeah, a channel has been opened.
Okay. Because I may need to give Gatal a determination in a second. I'll give you a full minute. Or not? And the ship. I mean, yep, on a comp 5 roll, that's quite good. Yeah, because I think we'd get Sedano and the person who was next to Pend as well.
New scene. Arlen.
Yes,
As you're working in the engineering room, you feel very suddenly tight in your chest. Burning sensation. And
Oh no, that chili
Your-
cheese dog is coming back up.
your stomach seems to fall out from a cold. And then the sensation just kind of fades off. Fitness plus medicine. Difficulty of. 1 second.
I think your body's just gone, hey, your husband might have died.
Difficulty of 5. Tell Aura Canis because she was literally hovering.
Yeah. And she's actively monitoring his brain at the moment.
Yep. Something tries to surge through and he gets a really intense headache. It's like that same feeling he was getting when he was trying to answer the questions about that Yolan person. And he's getting the worst headache of his life right now.
Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think I have anything resembling anything to help here. So 6 threat, no focus. Let's go.
Okay.
Leroy Jenkins.
How close even are you? Ooh.
Get
What's she
jank.
helping with?
Probably daring medicine.
Daring medicine.
Because she notices that he's holding his head. He's kind of making a alarming groaning noise he didn't know Bullions could make. And there seems to be some blue liquid coming out of his ears.
Yeah, well, there's the she can't do her thing with that, so doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, she probably has a focus with analysis. Maybe.
At comp increase.
I mean, it doesn't matter. She's got a 1, so I mean,
Never mind, yeah.
like it's that or surveillance are the only 2 she's got.
Mm.
No.
Rip.
If she was leading, she could have done something, but she's not leading.
Arlen. Aggressive or passive? Choose.
Aggressive.
Tell Aura killed your husband.
Okay, where's the nearest plasma conduit?
Oh, right there.
Yep. I'm going to try to put her face into the plasma.
Tell Aura you're under attack. Oppose daring security. On the plus side, you're not surprised because, well, you kind of saw it. You kind of saw him kind of having a reaction.
Yeah. I mean, he's got goop coming from his ears. He's probably halfway to calling medical.
Ah!
How dare you?
Delightful.
Oppose daring security. Spending 1 threat because this is obviously a lethal attack.
Yeah.
Like, no kidding.
Well, okay, she's spending a momentum immediately. Or I did the reading. So I'm now using science, thank you very much, and I have a focus.
You know what? This seems like a good time. Buying a full mint.
Yeah.
I'm playing on the GM side now.
Nice. You made your choice.
Limit pusher. Fast thinker, since I'm doing this quickly.
Yeah. Limit pusher will give you a free hit. Reckless will give you a comp. Give you a comp increase. What's the third
Married?
thing you said?
Married.
Married won't help here. Actually, it's kind of the reason. There's some other. There's another trait that isn't married. That's well, it's actually the trauma. But anyway,
It's the trauma.
but yeah, you do have one free hit though. At the end of the day.
Okay. Focus in EPS systems. I know where I could put her face.
At comp increase, I'll take that. Sure, we'll be up to comp 3-1.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Thanks, I hate it. I'm still rolling during security.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Telura does not count as a vehicle, so I can't use sabotage.
This is true. She is in fact an android. Sabotage. She's a replicant. Get her. It's not murder. It's called retirement. Anyway.
No, she's a robotics specialist, but that is different. And exotic power sources, but that is not one that you're trying to stick her face in. So
no.
That's a fairly mundane power source.
It's a conventional power source for some weird reason. All right.
Delightful.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. So she's bold, and has someone trying to kill her.
Mm-hmm.
She's also a Romulan. Not that, like, I'm not saying Romulan helps. So I'm like, her response to this? Yeah, she's definitely trying not to fucking die.
Yeah.
It's almost like she was kind of expecting something like this, given the situation of, mental tampering. 2 and 4? 2 momentum, 4 threat.
Roger.
And as I said, I spent the 1 to make it a science roll with a focus for her from Did the Reading. Which I guess is Did the Reading on Arlen's security file.
It would cost. Wouldn't it cost 2 because you've done this before? Or is it the same scene?
It resets.
Yeah.
Resets every scene? Okay, cool.
Yep.
Never mind.
It goes down. Yeah, right? So it's neat.
That's fun. That's fine. That makes sense, actually.
Yeah. I've never seen Did the Reading before. I was like, it makes so much sense for her. I've got to do it.
Yeah. Oh, this is a bad roll for her. Oh, that's not good.
Ooh, okay.
That's not good.
Not at all.
This is spicy.
Okay, well, I've got to re-roll. There we go.
Okay, now we're tied, and I have 2 comps on my side.
Tied?
Yeah, because he has +1 from his traits.
Yeah.
Any reroll happening from
Telura? Kill
Telura?
the second Romulan. He's
or
already
any
had one
reroll
die.
from Arlen?
I don't have anything to reroll that with, unless... Because I've already used the value, haven't I?
Is there a value that would apply? Because it costs me threat instead.
In a twisted way, when in doubt, duct tape? Maybe not. I'd try to kill her, but...
That's a stretch.
That is a stretch and a half.
Okay.
I'll say no to that one. Mission directive. No, I'm just kidding.
I think hers is mission directive, if anything.
Nothing's perfect, only better than was. Maybe I don't have to actually kill her. I just have to harm her for what she did.
I loved it, like the gymnastics you're doing here.
No, I'd say no to that if a player asks.
All right,
like that.
I got nothing.
I want to say yes, but it's not. It wouldn't be fair. Because I wouldn't normally
kill the second Romulan character that Rylov knows.
Well, unfortunately. So Talor's happy with this tie with the comps on the enemy side?
Yeah, because that technically is a win.
Okay.
That, and she doesn't have a determination, so she would only have to spend to mission directive, really.
Struggle. Some people say, crap, and they start running over, but everyone in the engineering bay kind of keeps their distance a bit, and you notice the camera pans over, and someone grabbing a big long stick out of containment, and they're winding up to get ready to hit somebody because someone's about to run into that thing. And they know if they grab onto you, they're just going to get shocked along with you. It's like, no, we'll just get ready to knock you free, whoever it is. Because if we jump in there, we're just making ourselves a target. And it's like, you break away from each other. And Arlen, unfortunately, backs right into the panel and gets blasted. 1 second.
Do I get to hire new crew at Narendra?
You had your chance. Actually, no, you didn't, but never mind.
We didn't.
My science officer keeps getting kidnapped. I keep losing my doctors. My engineers keep expiring.
What do you keep expiring? This is still the first one.
It's not my first engineer.
You know, a long time since you've had one expire.
Yeah, I've still had a few.
Oh, that ability really saved her life.
Spending to reroll the hit, the misses. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage to you, Arlen. It is
that's
lethal.
injury.
Oh, it's lethal anyway? Uh-oh.
Yeah, because that filled up my stress track.
Oh, fuck.
So,
Now, how do you feel?
I need a new engineer.
Well, get ready to roll for the EMH.
Can I use metals?
If there's anything that can reduce the stress, so you only take 1 damage because you're about to be vaporized.
Yes, I have the decoration and gallantry, half the damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're only taking 5. That's just a lethal injury. You're not vaporized. Do you wish to avoid the injury and keep fighting, or do you just want to drop? You, the player, not the character. The character wants to do a whole other thing.
The character wants. I kind of just want to drop.
Okay.
As a player.
Yeah, because if it keeps going, you might actually get vaporized.
Arlen gets very badly burned. One of the people immediately whacks him away, and he collapses to the ground.
She's probably going to finish what she was about to say, which is Talar to medbay. Medical
Activate
emergency in the
EMH.
engineering room.
My uniform's. I'm smoking.
Please state the nature of the medical emergency.
Immediate physical concerns are physical contact with a plasma conduit. There are other unknown goings-ons, including a blue substance leaking from his ears prior to going incredibly hostile. Did he say anything when he went hostile, Arlen? Arlen.
How dare you, I think it was?
How dare you?
Was it a
So-
statement that implies hallucination of some kind, or a mental triggering occurring?
All right, then. I don't know what stupidness is occurring on this ship, but it is my job to fix the stupid. All right. Now don't move. Oh, wait, you're already not. You,
That's the most
Romulan,
doctor line
grab a
ever.
med kit. Help me.
It is my job.
The box with the big snaky thing on it.
Yes, I am aware.
Good.
Time she would go to grab a medkit.
What's snake?
Not happy about it. She
Next.
just wanna
You
see
shush. You
this-
got burned. Come here.
All right, what is it to get a medkit?
It costs one.
One resource.
Yep, one opportunity.
Well,
All right, folks. You may roll for the EMH Mark 1. He is going to attend to Arlen. It is a diff 3 task because he's not in an ideal area, but he's trying to treat the person before they perish. because they do have a lethal burn on their backs. He's trying to stabilize the target. Tal'Ora can assist because he made sure that he had someone in the room that had medical who could help him.
Yeah.
Uh,
So the one momentum means she can't do the. I mean, she's assisting anyway, so she couldn't
Yeah.
spend the thing anyway. Oh, we needed
I'll
two anyway. It
give
doesn't
you a
matter.
threat. for a
Or you
third
could have
die.
him assist you.
No, she's
What was that
gonna
again?
One.
For the
I'm
image?
gonna- a threat for a third die.
A threat for a third die. Aye. Daring medicine, by the way.
Yep, yep.
Ouch. Oh, right.
Okay. Come on, Tal'Ora.
Does the ship assist?
Unfortunately not. The ship is assisting through the EMA.
Ah, okay.
Say, no, that's mainly the burns that are a problem here, right?
Yeah, he has severe third-degree burns across his entire backside, which is super bad.
Yeah.
Well, at least now I'm smoking hot for my husband.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not something to tell
No,
him at his funeral, though.
I was like, I could have some arguments if. Oh no. Maybe. No. I could
I've
have
heard
some
of
arguments
flaming
if like the
homosexual
lethal injury
before,
was
but
to
this
do
is
with his
ridiculous.
head stuff, but it's not. So.
Sorry, I'll
Was this or
stop.
not doesn't matter. There we go. Look at that.
High five.
And you barely save Arlen from the brink as he begins muttering his husband's name over and over.
Oh, I'm very much taking his phaser.
Yeah. The you notice as you're
Like, that
scanning
would
him,
stop me.
as you're scanning him, you notice that the blockage that was around that memory center has reestablished itself. And the EMH helpfully informs you that that probably caused a severe mental trauma that basically forced him into the battle state that he was induced in through his brainwashing. And that was probably just some strange remnant that they weren't aware was left behind, because they wouldn't know to look for that normally. Although if anyone powered him on and asked him, he would have told them, but no one did. So, oh well. It's not like he's a medical dictionary of almost every known civilization in the galaxy. But hey, he's just an EMH.
I'm not even sure Telor knew he existed until just now. He didn't exist previously on the ship. And she's not a
So?
part of the crew.
That sounds like very much not a him problem. That's a
No,
user.
just like, as far as she's concerned, she's just like,
That's
okay,
user-
I'm just processing.
This is purely user error, but he is not polite enough to pretend it isn't user error. But in the end, Arlen lives,
Right.
and the mission is remarkably a success. And that is the end of the episode.